My man's got some bars still. Not even gonna lie about that. Yeah, people, welcome to Survival Minds show. Thanks for joining us. Just waiting for P to jump back in and that. Got a few
What the
topics.
hell is going on? Yeah, man, Killer Priest is going hard on that one, boy.
He's going in stuff.
Yo, can you hear me, B? I might check.
Yeah, I can hear you still. You hear me? Alright, P's gone again. He'll be back in a second. Don't worry about nothing. Yeah. Hope say you lot's good out there, Carl. We know say it's mad hot right now. And you know the funniest thing? People in people that come from foreign countries, especially like of tropical places, this shouldn't be hot to you, you know. But the wickedest thing, we don't get no breeze like that. We don't have no sea around us like that to get breeze unless you're near the coast. And we got loads of mad fires spreading as well. France, this country, Australia. Where else is
Yeah,
the fire spreading,
everywhere.
bro?
I heard fire brigades running up and down yesterday, B.
You see? So people just, you know what I mean? Move certain glasses and stuff from the clear windows as well. Where the
Mm.
sun's so hot. You remember in school when you used to do a thing with the magnifying glass? You know, when your whole house
Mm.
going up in one.
But that's what can probably help set fire to their parts, the minute.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Broken glass and stuff like that.
Mm.
Broken
Now they're
glass.
saying that we're going to be having thunderstorms in. They're saying thunderstorm UK warnings. They're saying there's going to be warnings of thunderstorms and stuff, meaning torrential downpours,
Right,
causing
that's
traffic disruptions and some flooding in the next 3 days, apparently. So,
yeah. So from now, people, or from when this news drop, you should be preparing yourselves, stocking up on certain ingredients and things that you might need.
yeah, like I hope people are still like stocking up on their food as well. Like when they're out
Yeah,
shopping, like a couple extra cans of sardines,
yeah. And you should have
chicken.
been doing that as well, people. You know, from we had the warning a couple years ago. So like this
No,
should be
'cause you know what it is.
mandatory in our heads.
Yeah, yeah, it should be mandatory. And yeah, have you not noticed though? Like everyone wants to eat rich these days.
Say that
So you
again.
see some of them foods that we used to eat when we was younger, they get kind of left on the shelf when we walk up in there, you know.
Mm.
But corned beef costs a lot of money right now.
No, that's a mad thing. Even saltfish, saltfish is a mad thing. Aki's like near enough £7 a tin, and that's for the big tin.
Yeah, no, the aki's always been expensive. What is it now? £7.
Near enough 6.99.
So I'm saying anyone like if anyone knows anyone that's doing some type of wholesale for the people. Hey, listen, guys, seriously,
Support
on a
your black
serious note.
greengrocers as well.
Now, 1 second, on a serious note, yeah, there's 11 people watching right now, and there's no likes. What's going on? I know you can't be all haters. Like, what's going on? If you hit the like button, more people will jump in. That's how it grow,
So
you
the
know?
thing set and go.
Yeah, man. Press the like button, get the shit going on, man. Get it popping. Let this thing grow, man. But yeah, what you saying? Sorry there. Yeah, the Aki and soup is £7. The Aki,
Hmm.
£7, yeah.
But then you know his thing, you can support your greengrocer as well, you know, because them man they sell Aki, and there's a few black ones out there. You know the price might be a bit different from the Asian guy, but maybe guys leave the tins and start supporting some greengrocers too.
Yeah. And there are a few people out there as well that are trying to do all that. I had a few people knock on my door one time saying they do like deliveries of vegetables to your door and all them type of things, you know what I mean? But let's
Yeah,
not forget, vegetables and them things there are things that will go off quicker. We need more tin food, things like big bags of rice and stuff like that, you know?
that should be standard practice.
Standard. If you got a garage, you are laughing, you know what I mean? Because there's certain people out here that live up in certain flats and buildings and things like that, so they can't really. You know what I'm saying? They can't store certain amounts. You've got like if you're on the ground floor, you know, and you got a garage or something like that, you're laughing.
No, it's true.
So, but you've been doing some. I see you've been doing some shows over your channel, BR.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to get the Convo. So it's a show that man hold over there called the Convo. Well, just Convo. Trying to get that off the ground still. Man's trying to set up a podcast with that one, so man can kind of go kind of live in front of the camera, if it makes sense.
Yeah, and I just want to let the people know that most of the people that you see that host the show with you, they've all got their own channel. You know what I mean? Down to BR's got his own channel.
Yeah, definitely.
Foxxymoon has her own channel.
Definitely. Go and check her out too, man.
You know, she has her own. She does music, but she has her own channel too.
Yeah.
You know, Mystery don't have his own channel. He's Mystery. You know, he's Mystery. but yeah, people. So we're just talking about the weather, how hot it's been outside. And there's been I just want to let you people know that there's been more meteorites and stuff like that falling. You know what I mean? For those that don't really know about the meteorites and the things, just take a look at this.
Para abajo viene. ¿Y a dónde va a caer? A ver, ¿a dónde va a caer? No, por eso. Sí, viene explotando. Quiero bajar una. Para acá viene. Ya no llega hasta aquí a explotación.
Yo, we're up here taking a break four-wheeling. This shit literally just landed right next to us.
I don't even know what this is.
What the That's literally a meteorite. It's glowing. This shit landed right next to us like 2 minutes ago. What the
You see that there?
It's crazy. You say, I hope so that's true as well, you know? And it's not only a man there pulling a fast trick.
Yeah, you know how they go these days, man. You never know, innit?
No, it's true, you know.
What you trying to say, man? Heat up a rock on the fire, ain't it?
Bro, you know, you can actually do them things there, you know. You gotta be careful, they explode. Apply too much heat pressure, it's done with.
But yeah, but obviously, apart from that, there's been certain meteors it actually, you know, in the news and whatnot. But yeah, I hear you, though. You have to really be careful and read between the lines of what you're seeing these days.
That could be why the planet's getting hotter. If it's true, meteorites breaking through our defense system could be bringing in a lot of different energy, man.
Yeah, fire and brimstone. You know what I mean? Fire and brimstone. These things are spoken about in certain scriptures and them things there. You know what I mean? So people can make of it what they want to make of it. But you know, people out there that see my videos on Planet Nibiru, Planet X, you know. But there could be many different things out there, BR. You know what I mean? With this big universe, you know, there could be many things out there we don't know about.
That's true.
Not only is there Nibiru, there's also Tiamat. You know what I mean? Tiamat. There's other things out there.
Multiple universes.
Well, that's what they say. We don't really know if that's true or not, but I'm sure there's more than one.
Could be.
I don't know about
we have dreams and deja vus. Some things don't make sense sometimes.
Yeah, and you know, you have them dreams sometimes, BR, where you're in your house, but then you look out the window and it's not even your same street, it's somewhere else.
Yeah, open a door and you're in another.
Yeah.
It's mad because you don't know what's actually real.
No. You know what, though? The Bible speaks about dreams, you know.
Does it?
Yeah, the Bible speaks about dreams, and it actually tells you that the things that you see in your dreams can actually help you in life as well. You know, so I don't know.
I believe that. I believe that. I've seen things before they happen. I just can't say it in time.
Yeah. Certain visions. I think it's Job 33 verse 14. For God speak of once, yet twice, yet a man perceived is not in a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep fell upon man, slumbering upon his bed. Yeah, so basically what they're saying is like, your dreams are important, bro. Like, there's people out, there's people out there that got YouTube channels on dreams, and they talk about dreams and what they mean and what this mean and what that mean.
Hello.
I've had
Yeah.
people that met me and they've said, "Oh, I only started dreaming since I met you." Yeah, that's very spooky to me.
Just a spiritual feeling as well.
Yeah, because I've been dreaming my whole life, so.
Well, that's sick though. I can't remember some of mine, but a lot of them that I do remember, some of them actually see it myself.
Wagwan, James N. What is happening, my brother?
Yeah, big up, bro. You know how the thing set and go.
Hey, take over the thing for me 1 sec, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, what's cracking, my people? BR again, you know how the thing set and go. My throat is dry right now, just Rasta Zoo and that. But what I want to talk about now, is racism in the UK, in and out of the UK as well, especially. Like, how much of you guys have experienced racism in your life? How many situations have you been put in that could force you to get a jail sentence, a life sentence for actions that's thrown actually at you? Like, this is a deep one as well, because us as black people, sometimes not even just black, but mainly black, we're put in situations that's uncalled for, over racial slurs, words being thrown around, such and such. So people, I just want you to think about that for a second. You see the younger generation right now, they're judged by a lot, even by black folk as well, for their mishaps and all the badness and efferys that they're actually doing right now. And the wickedest thing as well with it, a lot of people is always trying to tell the young youths what not to do. And they shouldn't do this, and we've done it already and all that such and such. Some youths ain't listening to that. Yeah, so I think sometimes, especially with this younger black generation and Asian and white generation, whatever you call it, you need to start praising them for some of the good things that they're actually trying to do, trying to get themselves out of the hood, trying to get their mums out of the hood. But as you can see, it's a difficult fight they have, especially when they're beefing each other over nonsense. Now, imagine that as a big man at my age, me beefing the next man over a postcode. It don't make no sense. Like, when it's a war and beef thing out there, there's meant to be no survivors. So people stop screaming out beef and madness and all that if you ain't doing nothing about it. Yeah,
it's true. You know what's mad as well about that video? Man, them are ready to fight for their postcode, but what would they do if there was a race war?
They'll do nothing. They'll go and loot the shops again. You know what I mean? And that's some idiot.
When they were looting the shops, there was some man them from down Eltham, there where Stephen Lawrence was killed.
Yeah.
And they were saying on the news, like, yo, you man come down here, it's on. I remember that. Hey, I was living in East London at that moment in time.
Yeah.
But this was when but Eltham's actually in South London, for people that don't know. So yeah, I've always wondered, like, I'm not trying to incite anything when I'm saying this at all, but are people really ready for a race war if it happened? You know what I mean? Because did you hear about what happened with the gay parade in America?
No, what happened over there? I think one went on in London a couple of days ago as well, wasn't it?
I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, some young.
The one in America about 2 months ago, BR.
Yeah.
The white, I don't know what the name of their clan is, but they're racist guys, like Ku Klux sort of.
All right.
Like a new generation of them. They don't wear all the white outfits and whatnot, you know. But they actually stormed the gay pride thing, innit? They actually went down there to attack them. You know what I'm trying to say on that type of.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is, I just wondered, like, I always just wondered, like, would people then be ready for that if that was a thing to happen? Like, do you think that the man them over here would ever try that?
What, to start a race war or against the LBG?
Yeah, like literally like a race war. And when I say that, yeah, have in mind what happened that time with the statues up. Remember when them footballers come down?
The Churchill one and that. Yeah, I remember that. I don't know, because for me personally, if we was gonna do something like that, we would have stood up a long time ago and done it. And a lot of us ain't on the same wave as each other as well, especially when it comes to this race thing.
Yeah, it's like the thing about people out here today, they like to do things for the cameras, isn't it? Like,
that's
they
true.
like to do things for the cameras, and
that's true.
I like to see what a certain man would do when the cameras are off.
Probably nothing, bro.
Yeah. I don't think people even know some people today don't even know what they're really fighting for or standing up for. Because of the confusion within the people.
It's all trending. Everything they do is for a trend to get a view from. You know what I mean? Because if you're really out there helping people, unless you're using your platform to actually help more people, you're just showing it for a view. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I'll put the link in the description, people, if anyone wants to get on and have a chat. Today we're just doing some random talk today, you know. When we do the show, that have to always be like, text written. That's why I allow people to jump on and come and talk about something they want to talk about too.
Yeah, jump in, people, man.
Oh my God, you never believe.
What that?
Man, like Chiffa in the house.
There.
Done.
What's going on, Chiffa?
Yeah, fam, just out here, man, just coming back from work, you know how we do, man. Always in the struggle, forever the struggle.
The black man's life.
Come on, you know, man. So what's the topic of conversation today, lad?
It's a random one today. I've got a few things on the laptop and whatnot, but we're just go with the flow today. Yeah. Anything caught your eye in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, a couple of things caught my eye, man. I was listening to someone's show the other day. Oh my gosh, they was talking about some things. I shouldn't laugh, but the common gist of the conversation, it's just like the world is getting way too feminine out here, cuz it's getting way too feminine.
I never thought I'd hear you say that, of all people.
Way too feminine. Like, man, we were becoming the new thing.
After all the conversation defending, now he's saying it.
Well, I'm not defending nothing. There was never a defense of anything. I think at the end of the day,
we're talking about mystery.
Listen, you gotta let people live their life to some extent, innit? Like, I'm not here to fight no one down about them living their life, but at the same time, we have to take note of what's going on in our community and the way.
What have you seen? What have you seen now?
It's not what I've seen now. It's like,
well, not now, but
it's just what it is, bro. Like, you see, like, little things. Yeah, I'll give you one example now. Yeah, you as a black man will understand this. Now, you see, if you're talking like we're talking now, me and you talking, Mandem's talking, yeah, me, you, Peniros talking. We can talk anyhow we want. We could all start talking wicked and get vexed, and we're still friends tomorrow. But you see around certain people, because they can't handle the energy in it. They can't handle the true masculinity. So what's going to happen is, their timid side is going to come out. A lot of emotions are going to come into play. And now we're playing a very, very, it's a very emotive, sensitive kind of game. And it's like, that it's the world we're living in, like in this particular environment. Do you feel where I'm coming from, Carl? I'd imagine if you come out of this environment into certain environments, there's a lot more of a masculine kind of energy where people ain't so timid. They're not so, what's the word? They're not so emotionally bound. Their common sense will override nonsense more times, like that. And I think people play games like you see women do it all the time. They play games because they'll play games with their emotions to manipulate situations. And I think that to some extent, you see, like for instance, they say that a man can, use intimidation to certain ways to control his environment. That one there really should be, put in the same league. When you're using certain emotional blackmail tactics and rare tear to control your environment, it's like what would you call it? It's abusive. That's the word, isn't it? It's abusive at the end of the day. Do you feel where I'm coming from? But we turn into a society that accepts that type of abuse. Do you feel where I'm coming from? And then when someone gets upset, we blame them. Do you feel where I'm coming from?
No, I hear you, bro.
It's actually mad when you think about it. Like, you people are so sensitive, you can't say nothing now. You can't even talk about nothing.
That's the wickedest thing. Man could be here, yeah, talking about racism all day long, and we'll probably be cool. You talk about them now, it's a mad thing. But you know the one thing about it, we should be allowed to talk about them because our opinion. Because if they can talk about anything they want, which is their opinion, why can't we?
But you see, the thing is, how they got you was the kids, yeah, because they made the kids sensitive to all of this stuff. And because the kids are sensitive, if you start talking about certain things in a certain way, and it even sounds a little bit like you're even, maybe not even derogatory, but it's just not something you're into or you're against, all of a sudden the kids become defensive over it. So I've realized that is the true tactic. The true tactic is to infiltrate the household through the children and get them
Big
thinking.
Up OSG.
Big up OSG.
Big up OSG in the building.
Big up OSG. But I've noticed that with the youngsters, if you're below a certain generation, like in years, bro, like, I don't know, man. I know what I'm gonna do with my ones. I know what to say to them. I know what's going on. So I had to break it down to them and give them tuned in a certain way. Like, some of these kids are really gone because they lost now.
But the schools are teaching them differently. The schools is teaching them to express themselves.
Boy, it's more than just expression, It's more than just expression.
I took my youth to induction at secondary school, and I was shocked to see how many of those flags was up there. You know what I mean? And they obviously promote people.
But the thing is, though, you have to understand that certain ages at certain levels, innit? Like, they're teaching them different levels of interaction and integration of certain particular types of behaviors and things. I'm trying to say. So at the very, very young age, it's just the understanding of and the acceptance of. At the, more mid to, like teenagers, like maybe coming into the mid-teenagers, then now they're teaching them about contraception and how to do certain things and how to enjoy certain things. And then it's like, okay, really and truthfully, ain't they supposed to discover that themselves?
Exactly.
You feel me?
Because
that's
we've gone past that stage.
Bro.
We've gone past that stage. It felt fast. Go on.
Now, let me just add to that video, yeah? It's really something this sprang up in my mind. If they didn't teach sex education at such an early age, do you think that we'd have more virgins?
I think so.
Yeah, our generation kind of did, but then did they help? We learned less. They're learning more. Plus, they've got phones where they can just view anything they want.
Yeah. I'm not saying that they ain't going to get to a level of, trying to find out certain things in life, but, what you should is what they love.
You see what you're saying there, P, yeah? I'm going to be honest with you, yeah? I 100% agree with it. For this reason, yeah? Why do they say that your kids can't watch 18-year-old movie? Because of decensorship. You can't watch certain things at certain ages for that reason, because they know if your brain's influenced too much by something, it becomes used to it. Now it's not got as much of a euphoria to it now. But you see, like things like sex, when they're starting it from such young ages, by the time they get to a certain age, sex ain't even nothing no more. They don't even care about sex no more. They want to try some new sex, some donkey sex. I don't know, bro, but I ain't involved. And that's where it is, you know, bro. If you do something too much, imagine you bought a new computer game tomorrow, yeah, BR, yeah, and then you play that game all day, every day for the next year. There's gonna come a point where you've had enough.
No, it's true. You get bored in life. It's nature, isn't it?
Do you feel me? But that's what they're teaching them. They're teaching them excessiveness from early. So how quick do you think they're gonna get bored and move on to something else that they told them to try out?
But then,
Because that's what we
also
are
as well,
nowadays.
we have an option as well. We don't have to send our kids to school. You could homeschool your kid or send them to private school
Do you know what? I hear that, but
where
then
you
our
can rule
kids
it
are
out.
going to have friends. Our kids are going to have friends, and those friends are going to have that same influence because they're going to want to fit into the crowd. And now, you see, the thing is, you see, back in the day, BR, yeah, I tell you what it was. When we was going to school, like me, Peniros' age, I know this for a fact. We knew there was gays, we knew there was lesbians, we knew there was bios and whatever. Do you understand? But now, it's like the lines have been blurred. They're scrambled. You just try everything now. That's what it is. They're trisexuals now, because they try everything, because.
Yeah,
You know,
true.
like that.
Remember, they're in this experimental world. This is
Do
a
you,
different generation.
do you feel
Like,
where I'm coming from?
so when we grew up, that man on man thing was forbidden. You know what I mean? Now
Mm.
it's seen as absolute nothing. It's not anything. It's normal now.
There's
You
no
know,
there's no lines drawn anymore. There's no lines drawn anymore. It's like, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
because boys can be girls now, girls can be boys. They can always. I think they could always have done it, but now it's just more accepted. And then
Mm.
it shows we're going on with times. This is the new times, and there's nothing we can do to stop it.
Well, this
Scary.
is what I'm saying. When I say try out sexuality, it's like they want to try everything. So they want to try out being a boy first, try out being a straight boy, then try out being a gay boy, then try out being a
Mm.
girl, then try out being a lesbian girl that's really a boy. And then it's like, I don't know how this ends, bro, but I don't see it ending well. Because
What
that's
they
the
call
that's
that again? Pansexual or something.
it's like, bro, I don't know. All I know is
What?
that person has to be a bit confused. They have to be a bit confused, and I don't see how it ends well for them. I'm not going to wish any bad on no one, but I just don't see how it ends well. I don't know.
I don't know how it ends for them.
I
But
don't
you know
know.
what though, yeah? Same time, boy, we just gotta leave them be, bro. We just
100,
got
100, we got to
we just
leave
gotta
them be,
leave them
but
be.
we got to make sure that our kids are educated and they understand what's going on and they understand life in its truest
No, but
senses,
that's
in
the
its
thing though,
natural
bro.
form.
Okay, people from your era understood it because our parents and grandparents stuck that in our heads. But there's still
Mm.
people from our era that turn out bats and les.
But you see, the thing is now, yeah, everything in this world is unnatural now, innit? And we've
Mm,
become so used to unnatural things, unnatural food, unnatural fruit, unnatural product. It's just so like the water's not natural. Nothing's natural
mm.
no more.
But you're used
So
to
it's
it now.
like, all right. So when you
Hmm.
see in our generation, if you was talking to our generation that was coming up in like the 80s, 70s, and before 80s and before, innit? Yeah, even
Mm,
some of the 90s, they would have said, you know what? Like, you're supposed to have use natural products on your skin, use natural this, everything's organic.
mm,
You understand? Now organics become a thing that they've tried to charge an arm and a leg for now. Where back in the
Mhm,
day, that was just our thing. You know, like that. We was making it at home ourselves. We
mm,
mhm.
grow our own things. But you can't grow your own things now because everything is GM, because everything's been genetically modified, altered, had things added to it, and changed. It's not in its real form. It's not even produced real seeds. Do you understand? So,
no, that's all
you know,
edited as well.
do you understand? Our DNA is being altered. You understand? To some extent through just eating that food and just the water and rare tear
Yeah,
tear.
100%.
So
That's facts. That's 100% facts.
our perception of these things, because it's so prevalent in our society, has become less sinister. Like, we see it as just normal now. Like that. That's the
Mhm.
normal one. The one in the can, that's normal now, isn't it? The fruit in the can.
Bro, you can get burgers in a can. I see it in the Poundland the other day, fam.
Bro, guys. That's normal now, fam. It's normal,
That's
guys.
normal.
Come on. Oh, it's sickening, bro. It's sickening. Like, you remember back in the day, P? Like, when man used to, like, if you went yard back in the day, especially if you went yard, oh Lord, the way you would eat food out there, you knew it was different. You knew the chicken was different, guys.
Yeah.
You knew there was something when you came back and you see them cuts of chicken in the butcher. You're like, hold on, that don't look like the one, like, when you get the leg with the flipping the big thigh on it, like,
Yeah.
Back in the day, they was even bigger. Now they're smaller, cuz.
They're small. The wings are getting smaller as well. What's going on?
It's mad.
The wings looking like
Well, you
pigeon
remember
wings.
the laws back then didn't really too much matter back then. They could feed them anything they want. They could feed chickens human body if they wanted to. Who knows what they eat?
That's right. All right.
Remember, these animals are carnivores. They eat anything.
Well,
Some
you've
of them
seen
when they're
birds
hungry.
fly down and pick up chicken bone and fly off, innit?
Pure times, bro.
Yeah, you see them do that all the time, man.
Yeah, they're eating McDonald's burgers, bro. That's got the most
All
shit.
of that.
Yeah.
Man's got in my mum's garden. We got I think I don't know if they're eagles or hawks, but they be catching the rabbits that run around at the back of her garden. They don't give a damn what they eat.
Rabbits are running around the back of whose garden?
My mum's garden. She's got loads of rabbits around in the garden.
Is it?
Rabbits, pheasants.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you might get to that time, where you might have to,
Yeah, no, I've put traps out there. There's traps. There's one. If you go on one of my videos, like say 10 months ago, you see me setting a trap, and there's pure rabbits. And like first thing in the morning, if you're up, just don't make too much noise, and you see them just walking around the grass eating food.
Hey, brethren, I hit a rabbit the other day. I feel bad now, man. But you're there setting traps. Yeah, you're always setting traps.
Bro,
I didn't mean to do it.
if you was in the States,
nah, because do you know what it is? Yeah, you got to think when you've got like crop and things growing, they destroy whatever they want to eat, wherever they burrow.
Yeah, they're eating it. Yeah.
So we've set a few fires now, yeah, because we do bushfire and this is just for like garden waste and stuff like that. Now, Tutu's the garden, our neighbours a distance away, but smoke started coming up into his garden. So what had happened, where the heap where we've piled it, and it's been piling for the last, say, 2 months or whatever, the rabbits have gone down in there, burrowed underneath of it, burrowed under the ground when it's come up into his garden. So smoke was coming out of his grass and all that through little holes where he didn't even know was there.
Well, you might have to be eating that stuff soon, because I keep reminding people about this. Have you heard about this thing in October where the prices are all going to rise?
Yeah.
We're going into a recession, man.
Yeah.
Listen, if you got space, remember, even if you live in London, you can have a goat in your garden, bro. Like my Asian brethren's got 2 goats, fam.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And as long as you're breeding them, you've got your own source of food there. You can have your own chicken hut, your own chickens, hens, all of that.
It's just that we ain't used to it, man. Because I don't know, man. Like killing a goat, like I don't know, man. I feel like a barbarian.
Bro, that's standard bro. It's standard stuff, bro. You just bust his throat.
Man, go out there and split his throat.
No, it's mad, yeah. Because I've been doing that. I've been doing that for about.
The BR's been practicing, man. They're putting down traps and everything.
Yeah, bro. I've been doing it for over 10
like
years,
Predator right there, bro.
I can see BR with the headscarf, like a ninja.
Bro, I'm telling you. You see, one day, yeah, when you man have a time to go punch, yeah. Like I don't know. In one of my videos, I got some quail eggs and that. Not quail, ferret eggs, pheasant eggs, sorry. And I tried to hatch them, but my dog fucking ate them, bro.
Oh no.
Stank.
Oh god.
But up in the countryside, there's everything up there. There's herons, them big tall birds with the long legs. There's storks, badgers. You see badgers on the side of the road.
Yeah, I see them all, bro. I see hedgehogs as well. They're hedgehogs, bro, and they're slow as fuck. The hedgehogs are smarter than the rabbits, though. Yeah,
definitely. The hedgehogs is not as slow as what people think either.
Excuse my swear. Sorry about that one. I didn't mean to. That slipped out.
A man's got freaking moles. Man's been trying to catch the moles for the last year. They're tricky.
Now the ones that get on my nerves is the deers, though. I had a deer run out in front of me the other day, and it's like, bro, it's like he's running into the lights, and I've had to swerve. I've literally come to a stop. If I didn't stop, listen, he was finished today. You weren't coming. You weren't going home.
No, but enough man died like that, though, bro.
You know what my mum always said, yeah? Because there's days where she is. If one run out in front of you, don't stop. Just keep going.
Yeah.
You turning and stuff like that. I know it sounds bad.
No, don't keep going, bro. He ran into the car. I don't know what this deer was doing. It was like he was playing chicken. I had to stop the car. He was only a little baby one, though.
Urson nearly ripped himself off like that, bro. He dodged. I remember back in the day, he was in the M3, and he dodged the fox, and he went straight into the tree, bro.
It's a mad one, car.
Yeah,
country roads is minimum 50. Remember? It's when once that line's up, you're doing about 50 all the way down. and more.
Well, I was on a 60 road, innit? But because I see like I'm at the beginning and I see this as I'm coming up the road, the deer run out on my side of the road, innit? So I've
Yeah.
slowed down, and then my man's kept running up the road and turned back, running into the car. I said, no. I just stopped. And then you run up
You
to
know
the
what
car,
though?
looked at me and walked off.
That the deer probably had enough, bro. They probably thought, fuck it, I'm doing it today. It's too hot. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
run
he was
out the road.
confused.
Yeah,
And
and
it was
changed
late
his
as
mind.
well. It was
Yeah.
late. He was probably like, he's only a little one, so he's probably looking for his mum or something.
Yeah.
But when you
see?
go out like Southampton and that's when it gets mad, because you got all that forest. You've been through that forest, and you got all the horses, you got everything.
Yeah.
You got them big pigs just lying in the road.
Yeah. And the thing
The
is, you
big
know, if you
hogs.
hit one of them, you can't pick it up. The person behind you can pick it up, but you can't.
How come?
It's illegal because you kill it.
Really?
So if we're in a convoy, us three now, and you hit something, a police or you pick it up, you're getting charged for it. Well, I can pick it up because I'm behind you. I didn't hit.
I never knew that. So
What's the charge on that then?
I ain't got a clue, bro.
Animal cruelty or something?
I don't know. It's meant if you hit it or something, I think you meant to just maybe just leave it there or keep going, innit? Or
nah,
push it
man,
over,
they
but
should
you
make
can't
you
pick
eat
it up.
what you kill, man. You gotta eat what you kill. But if it's pig
Nah,
then and you're Muslim, it might be a problem, innit?
if you hunt it, if you're hunting it, that's fine. And like you can hunt all day long. You can go into farmers' land and just ask for the permission, get the permission from the council, and you can hunt rabbits all day long.
Yeah, as
Like
long as it ain't
my
pig,
neighbor
I'm
be
cool, man.
my mum's neighbor be bringing
Oh, what
rabbits.
man's getting permission from the council to hunt rabbits, bro?
Yeah. Whoever's because what it is,
crazy.
if it's not like a house person's land, you've got to go on. You can go and do it obviously, but you walking around with air rifle or something like that in the countryside, and you're black as well, looks a bit dodgy. You know what I mean? I got a video. I'm gonna put up soon and that, and you see on the back of my mum's background. So I was just chilling, and I realized the dog was watching something. And there's the neighbor, one of the neighbors from far back. Obviously, he's hunting the rabbits because where her garden is, the back garden, there's loads of rabbit on that side, the other side, and he just literally sitting behind a tree with a sniper rifle aiming at it.
What?
Yeah, you see the video. When I put the video up, I didn't really want to put it because of the nature of it, but
Yeah.
he's just literally hunting rabbits, bro.
Yeah, he's probably got a big freezer in his yard. He knows what's going on.
Yeah, they do all of that. They got it. I've got them and all that stuff there. But you got to hang them first, let all the blood come out before you even do any of that.
See, I don't know if I could eat a rabbit. That's the only problem, man. I don't know, man.
I don't eat rabbit anyway, period. Not even from the shop. I don't even eat duck.
No, duck is bad. Duck's nice, man. Duck
I
is
used
nice,
to eat
man.
duck.
Yeah, I've had it before. The Chinese
Yeah.
with the pancakes and that.
Yeah, back in the day, I used to eat
Yeah, I
that.
don't even
Not
eat
again,
Chinese
man.
no more, though.
No, but the different when you're eating country
man,
ones,
don't
you
eat
gotta be
that, man.
careful that you're taking out all the shots because sometimes the shots might scatter out if they're using shotguns. So that's why they use the air rifle, so a single shot sometimes.
Yeah, I don't eat
It's
that.
a bit more safer as well, isn't it?
Otherwise, you'll crack your whole tooth, bro. Your tooth will be gone. Same little pellets that same things that go inside people when they get hit with the brachia and that.
I'm trying to avoid eating things with webbed feet and that, though, man. I'll be honest, man. I'm trying to avoid that.
Yeah.
Webbed feet, you know.
What about hoofs? So you're still gonna eat things with hoofs with 2 toes?
Yeah, as long as the hoof is split, you get me? Other than the pig, we're good to go, man. You know what the pig's about, though, innit? You know what the pig was for, innit?
It's just land scavenger, man. Same as prawns and shrimp. They're the scavengers of the sea.
More than just that, what they used to use them pigs for, is like they used to use them like waste disposal. So like even things like rats, make them go and kill and eat all the rats. Ugh. And the man are eating the pigs, and the man are saying that the pigs. Remember, they had all of this. They had the plagues and all of that, innit? Like, so remember the plagues. Like the pigs and certain creatures were more resilient in it. So they was like, well, if you start eating pig, then you're gonna build up more resilience and tolerance to the plagues and them things there, which I don't think makes sense now, but I've heard this was a historical thing.
I think people eat worse things than pork, bro. Right.
I hear you still. There are some worse things still, like prawns. Oh gosh.
Yes, see? And that's just another scavenger that eats dead flesh.
But the way they look though, oh my god. It's like someone eating flies. Have you ever seen them things? and they go to like I think it's Thailand
Africa.
or something. I don't know if it's Africa. I don't know I don't know if they do it in Africa, but I definitely know I see
Actually,
one of
no,
them.
they don't eat flies, do they? No, they don't eat them. The flies are trying to eat them sometimes. That takes the piss.
Yeah. Come on. I imagine I see one thing where they're putting flies on pizza. I said no.
Yeah, that's the thing in some of them far up Asian countries. They're into that bug stuff a
Brethren,
lot.
I'm telling you, like I
And,
almost vomited just watching this program. I said, nah, these
and do you
men are
see how
really,
much is in the
really good.
basket as well? Remember, they don't have no
Yeah,
date on it. Like what you don't know with certain bugs, you
come
don't know
on,
the chemicals that mix up in them after 2
come
weeks of
on.
dying.
Brethren, listen, I remember watching this what was that thing back in the day?
What's that?
Is it Demolition Man? A man goes underground and they're eating rat burgers and them.
Oh yeah. Sylvester and Wesley Snipes.
That's what it reminded me of. I'm not when I saw that. And they got like crickets and them things there. The man's got cricket
Yeah.
on that stick and they're just eating them like they're sweetie. I said, nah, brother.
They be selling those in London still. In
What?
Central, they be selling in Central, they be selling rat burgers. They've tested loads of the
What?
meats. A lot of it ain't actual lamb, pork, or beef. They believe
What?
it's either dog or rat.
Nah, you're lying.
I'm swear down. They say it's same as some shiny shops that get shut down when the environmental health come round, and that they test a lot of their stuff, and some of their stuff don't even turn out to be even any meat. It could be fox or rat, squirrel. So be careful with the Chinese you eat as well, people, because I think with a lot of seasonings and flavors, and a person that knows how to cook rat and dog and stuff like that, you could be mixed up into your curry. It's happened in Asian shops. I've seen it in a few Asian shops, and that.
You know what? This
So
is a thing where, especially where, like we know, we're going into a mad recession right now,
yeah.
where the prices are just going mad. Like, look at the petrol the other day; it just went crazy, bro. And I don't think that's the end of it.
No, it's gonna keep going, and that's why it's better eat in than eat out, people. Man, your chances are better.
They eased off the price on the petrol a little bit though, like recently, but not
The
enough.
diesel's gone up as well.
All of it's gone up. Diesel and petrol, both of them. But the prices, it needs to drop down more because it's just not fair. It's not fair, bro.
So what you got? A diesel? What's your car?
I've
Yeah,
got
ours
both.
is
I've got
diesel.
diesel and petrol.
Right,
Bike's
so
petrol.
what are you paying on the petrol up your side?
The cheapest one is like 167 or something like that.
Well, that's gone down a bit still.
Yeah, that one's all right, but same time, it's not enough, man. It needs to go. But remember, petrol was like £1.10. That was
Yeah,
expensive
it was
when that
crazy.
happened.
Did your pay go up as well this year?
A little bit, not enough.
You see, that's why they try and compensate with that little. Every year you get that little pay rise thing.
Not enough, man. It's not enough,
It's
man.
not. It's
That's not
definitely not
enough, man.
enough.
That's a chump change, man.
But in a
You
lot
should
of
be
jobs
giving
as
that to
well,
people every month.
in October they're getting pay rises. A lot of companies still. I don't
The
know if it's been
companies
put
are
up.
getting pay rises.
Yeah, so employees are in October. A lot of companies and places are offering pay rises to people
Okay.
because obviously they
Well,
can.
well, well, people, you have to understand. You see, when we're talking about this now, then this is like I said in the last one, this October thing is a big situation because
Yeah,
it's got to be a big situation because the news they talk about it on the websites all the time about these pay rises and this, that, and that, and this company that. Because before they said it was going to go up to 3,500 per household. Now they're saying it's 4,500 per household.
You see, when we're talking about this, though, yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. See, the way I really look at this thing is like this: we live in the Western world, innit? The Western society, yeah. And right now, they gotta make it look good, innit? Because every time we get hungry, we have to bleed somewhere else dry so that we can feel that way our bellies are full again, innit? And right now, we're at that stage, innit? Like before we had a recession, innit? And then everyone was hungry, innit? Everyone's belly needed to be full. So what did they do? Some kind of situation kicked off somewhere in the world, which I'm not going to direct everyone's attention to right now. I'm just going to say, imagine that some situation kicked off somewhere, then they had to go somewhere and do something, and all of a sudden money was flowing again. Do you understand? And that's how I look at this situation, bro. Is that like, when does it ever change? You know, like that. Someone got to suffer for us to eat, and that's what it is. Like we're over here having food fights and doing dumb stuff, and somewhere in the world there's someone starving, cause and we're throwing their food around
And
It's
water.
mad.
We dash away water like it's nothing.
Come on, it's not a joke, you know.
Leave the tap running for no reason. You know what I
Come
mean?
on.
I leave the tap running for a whole minute sometimes. I don't even care.
But even that though, water is a replenishable source. Really, we shouldn't be paying for that one. I'm not even going to go into that one. But what I will say is this: every single time we start talking about this recession stuff and everything gets bleak, and you know we're all in this situation we're in now, all of a sudden some tragedy has to happen somewhere else for us to start eating again. You know, like that, like on some Vikings type. And I'm laughing because, like, you know, like it's not really funny, but like you have to laugh or cry in it. Like, what can I do? I'm not like gonna start crying online. We have a little bit of banter with it, innit? But we know it's true, innit? Come on, man. All of the places we've seen get mashed up, yeah. And what happened to their money? What happened to their resources? Who's controlling it? What's going on?
These people are printing money right now, bro. They're printing money right now.
Come on.
That's the mad thing about it.
Jamaica's money gets printed in England.
I think this is just a way to make it look good, bro. Because at the end of the day, how could we be in a recession? The amount of money these countries make every year, the amount of money they're putting away and spending on football, just football alone, we can't rock it up. Just football, brother. What of them? More money gets spent on football than the NHS. Talk to me, brother.
But that's not government money, though. I don't think football's government money.
I hear what you're saying, yeah, but the government's money ain't government money. It's our money. We doing it. Of
course.
And then the people that's getting their cut out of it, you know, what are they doing with it? They must spend it on football. You understand? These people who's supposed to be there to protect us, they were really supposed to work for us, you know, but then just go out and spend out big money upon holiday, football, you know, yachts, mansions.
The Queen's allowance. The Queen has a big boy allowance for the year.
Yeah, well, she's like, you know, maybe she's you could call her the top of the totem pole, but the totem pole big. There's only for people eating, you know.
She gets a good amount every year to spend, you know.
But I remember
we were sitting split between her family. Like,
but remember, we were sitting in a lockdown, yeah, and you see when the lockdown will turn up, I took it serious. I was like, you know, I'm not coming out of my house and everything there. And then when I heard that Boris was partying, I said, nah, brother. I said, nah, bro, what do me? What do me? Yeah, I'm playing these games and sitting in my yard and my man's boogieing, yeah, and having big party, yeah. Probably did a couple of 15, you know, like that.
He could have done. That's the wickedest thing.
A couple of
he took the piss when he
done
that. Because a lot of people got fined for throwing parties.
But this is what I'm trying to say to you, brother. It's one rule for everyone else and one rule for them, innit? Because what are they doing with our money, innit? The amount of times you hear about them bleach out the money and go on holiday and spend off the finances, and you know they're taking, they're putting in expenses that ain't expenses, bro. You know, like that.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever went in jail. But I guarantee you, if one of us did put in some expenses that weren't really expenses, or said to the tax man, listen, I have to pay tax on something that you're not supposed to pay tax on, he's coming for that money, cuz. Well, you're going to jail, innit? What are we doing here?
Yeah, well, you know what? The tax thing's a major income for this company.
Well, this is where
the taxes they pay off other countries through the tax money we spend.
Well, this is where I think it's a scam, because at the end of the day, really and truthfully, all of our money's going in the bank. Yeah, we're paying a bit to tax, okay, bam. But then we're paying tax on everything else as well. So we're paying tax and then tax again, and now you want to add more to the tax. Yeah, and you want to add
as well. You don't actually own your money. Your money that you have is actually borrowed. You know that?
No, this is the whole point I'm making, bro. You're paying.
It's not actually technically. It's not even our money anyway. We borrow the money and then go back to the bank and ask the bank for our money. We have to actually ask the bank for our money. You know, the bank can tell you,
the thing's getting crooked, bro. If you live in a city, remember they're taxing you man to breathe. Yeah, they're taxing you to run your vehicle in certain areas because what they're saying is now there's an air tax, and now this air tax is going to expand and expand and expand until it's everywhere. But we're going to start with the cities, and we're going to let you people in the country think you're safer now. But eventually, bro, it's going to get mad out there, isn't it? So the next thing is we've got to take all of these cars off the road.
Yeah,
And that
that's why
means,
they introduced electric ones earlier.
right, so that means, certain people ain't going to be able to have a car over a certain period of time. There's only going to be a certain amount of electric cars out there. And they already know this. They know what's going on. So anyone who's running your car, you're going to be paying an arm and a leg. There's going to be all sorts of things. There's we got a lot to come, man. Got a lot to prepare ourselves for. So you see me, I'm watching the ants right now, and I'm saying, you see these ants, they're very smart. I don't know how they know it's going to be bad weather. I don't know how they know that all these tragedies are going to happen, but they stocked up and they always survive. They're always there, man. They come back. So we got to be like them, right?
No, it's true. It's a survival game, bro. And the worse that this place gets, it's going to happen over a period of time. And in that period of time, we kind of get used to it, like what you were saying earlier. Well,
look what they did to the stock markets, bro. You look at the stock markets, everything's down from crypto to stock, every stock.
Yeah, I know. I don't even want to hear about that, bro. Because
but you see, the thing is, though, you see, the thing is, though,
I think that was a lockdown scam,
No, but look historically at how this thing works. Every time there's going to be a recession, that every single time the same thing happens, all the stocks plummet, yeah. And then when it recovers,
have you pulled out of everything?
No, but I'm saying when it recovers drastically. It's going to recover the same way that it disintegrated, yeah. And then what's going to happen?
A lot of them in there still.
All right, but what's going to happen is a lot of people ain't done that. A lot of people, they scared. Do you understand? And that's what they do, bro. Like they wait, they make you sell up all your things because they know those things are really worth a lot. So they need to get you to sell them cheap, innit? Get rid of them because it's not worth it to you, innit? It don't seem like a good deal now. But you see, once the stock market starts booming again, all those people who sold out their things are gonna be like, oh my gosh.
Of course. Did you sell all of your Shiba Inu?
Virgin, I'm not really like, I don't really sell, innit? I do long term, innit? I don't really do this buying and selling.
So you do the long term that build over time.
I do more long term, innit? Like that, and just keep. But for the man that doing short term, certain man were killing themselves, guys. I could imagine certain man jumped out of buildings and done, man.
Yeah, I know a few guys that sold their car for this thing, man. They believed in things. And
they done madness.
We see how it turned out in the end, isn't it?
Yeah, but this is called the what is it called? It's the wealth exchange or whatever they call it, yeah, where basically all the poor people, like you said, they're gonna pull out of their positions because they need their money, innit? They were just trying to do it, but really they needed to use their money. They got things they need to pay for now, innit?
Yeah.
Who do the richer people, the Warren Buffetts of this world, they're just sitting there, just twiddling their thumbs. Okay, so what? Who went down? I still got money. I don't care. I'm all right. I'll just wait.
Yeah, because they know the value of wealth. They don't want to be rich. They've been rich. Now they got wealth. That goes on and on and on.
But it's a double-edged sword because think about it like this now, yeah? You see, for a man that's, all he's got in the world is that 50 bags. He's got 50 bags. That's all he's got to his name in his whole world. And he's invested that whole 50 bags. Then it goes down to 40 bags. Then it goes down to 35. He's like, no, I need to get my money out quick.
He needs to pull out, yeah.
And he knows in his situation that he can use his money in other ways. Maybe in that next 2 years, while he was waiting for it to recover, he made all of that money back. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And he doubled up, tripled up. So he's still making money. He's not that bothered. But for the man that pulled out and, ain't functioning like that, like, come on, man, what were you doing? Because in 2-3 years, when that goes up and explodes, you're going to think, my goodness. You're going to be hurting, isn't it? You're going to be hurting, cuz. But at the same time, if a man can't pay his bills and he's got, they're coming to take your house, they're going to take your house, your car, your dog, your cat, and your grandmother. Then maybe you have to pull out, innit? Like, what can I say, bro? And that's the game, bro. That's the game.
So in life, people learn to pull out.
Come on. Or just make sure you got a backup plan, innit? Like, where I'm coming from, you see me. This is how I design like my world around me. Like, you got to have the backup plan to the backup plan to the backup plan. So anyone who's investing in like shares and stocks or whatever, I'd imagine they got the similar kind of ethics. They're not just all the eggs in one basket. You got a few different things.
Spread them out.
Do you feel what I'm trying to say? And like they can pop off at different times. That one might pop off this year. I'm good to go. Then that one popped off next year. We're good to go again. And by the time a few of them have popped off, we've reinvested and we've taken some money out, and we're sitting there. We're just carrying on like normal, cause like for the ones that are still who's born with a silver spoon, and you can spend daddy's money or mummy's money or whoever's what rich uncle you got.
Yeah, it means
Maybe you're
nothing
in
to
a
them.
different position. You understand? That's what I'm trying to say. To them, it's just a game.
Yeah,
Like that. It don't
just
matter
a bit
when
of
it
fun.
pops. Do you feel me? It's a bit mad still.
No, that's truth. It's truth.
But those ones are going to be the ones who benefit from from it the most. That's what I'm trying to say, because they're just sitting there. They're not desperate. It's the desperation that kills people,
Desperation and freaking stress. Stress kills people too much too.
Well, the desperation and the stress is like what's leading to the depression, isn't it? Like, come on, man. It's almost like spelling depression when you say it.
Yeah, and then depression leads to death. Sometimes,
See,
in some cases, or even something worse than depression.
And this is it, bro. Especially like when a man goes from having money to owing people money and being in a weird situation. Now it's like, do you feel where I'm coming from? That luckily for some of us, we don't find ourselves in that situation. But for the ones who do, I can feel their pain because I know what it feels. I know I wouldn't want to be in that position. Like that, and you can't even get the money. You like right now, I'm like the bills are so tight. I can't even afford a $5 a week. I can't even afford it, bro. Like it's that tight. I can barely afford to keep my heating on, and then things there, and then it's like it's just mad. It's a predicament, isn't it? Now you got bailiffs or whatever, I don't know, or arguments or however it goes down.
And that's in the corporate world, And in the roadside now, these young youths are taking food from people and can't afford it when the food goes missing. So they don't even have bailiffs coming to the house. They have man them coming to the house.
That's
They've
right.
got
Or you
that
got
stress on their head.
or you got the whole household arguing. You got mums arguing with dads because no one knows where the money coming from to
one
sort
knows.
out the repairs of the house, to pay the bills, to insure the car, to put petrol or diesel. Or you understand that now it's all a situation because like we ain't got enough. It's not working.
That's when debts start to build up, and then that's when you start suddenly getting sent these letters saying you can take out loans. That's another trap right there, people that don't know it. It's funny if you've ever been in debt and then you get a letter about a loan. Who the hell's talking your business?
Come on. And then you get them ones where the missus is like, you're not allowed to go down the pub no more. We got to tighten up there. You can't even have a bit of fun anymore. It's like, come on, man. How did they expect people to continue not being stressed in that situation and to not be
It just shows you one thing it goes from a grain of rice to the size of a planet quick. And like people's stress is a big thing. So if you're going through that, if you can hopefully find someone you can talk to unload on, that would be great, It relieves a lot talking.
That is literally the talk of the day, though. That is the big issue. That's the big thing everyone's like talking about right now. Mental health. Everyone's big on it. You know where I'm coming from, and that's
bruv, it's serious right now, bruv. Remember, some people ain't recovered from lockdown.
Well, this is it. They know it's gonna get worse as well. This is why they have to be with it, isn't it?
And the wickedest thing with it is the younger generation that's suffering a lot as well, but they're not speaking about it.
Come on, and then what they're doing is they're putting in all these new measures. Like, for instance, like if anyone didn't know, like the police, they got these new thing with bail. So before they could only keep you on bail a certain amount of time in it. Now they can just extend it, and so just give you some long. Like I think it's up to 9 months, and then after that, they have to court. That's long, and it could be for some petty thing.
Yeah, they've done it on the same as if you're remand. They've extended that too, man.
Yeah.
Because and as well, I know through the court side of stuff, a lot of things have been pushed back because of lockdown.
Well, the reason they've done that, I think, is a lot to do with the mental health as well, because they know that people's mental health right now, it's not very great. So, there's more chance that, they're going to be, they're going to get in those desperate situations, or, they're going to be more agitated situations. So, they've prepared themselves for it and said, okay, do you know what? We might have to hold you on remand longer, or put you on bail for longer, or monitor you for longer.
100%. They prolong it out, bro. prolong out. They've got so many cases, they're overstacked.
Mhm.
Like way
Like
overstacked.
even now, I've noticed little things like you see, like you're saying, living in the countryside. I notice when I go to certain areas, like the way these men have got their area locked down is different. Like different types of surveillance equipment that I ain't even seen like that. Like I only see it when I go to these mad rich areas.
Yeah.
Like, have you ever
Because
been
they're
to a man's
protecting
yard
the
and you drive
community.
past it? You know, like when you drive past a man's driveway, yeah, like
Camera in the tree.
that's what I was gonna say. You might see the most you might see is a camera or something. There, you see
Motion
some of these
sensors.
men in this house, rude boy, yeah,
Yeah.
mad sensors, rude boy. I'm talking ones where like I've walked past a man's house and I'm thinking, am I radioactive or something? Because I can hear some kind of beeping going off. And it's
Yeah.
only after I've checked a few times after going to the state, because I used to do deliveries, and I said, raw,
Yeah.
my man's actually got some high-tech advanced surveillance equipment. You cannot get
Yeah,
near to
we've
this.
got that. Because same where we are, we've got all of that. Everything.
You know, like
Because
you know
you
that
got to
thing,
think,
you know,
yeah.
what's that film Mission Impossible when they go into the bank and it's got all of
Yeah,
them
yeah,
red
yeah.
things down and
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
crawling, trying to crawl through the lines. Brethren, my man's got that on the front of his yard. I
No,
said,
same. Like, man's not going to that extent, but we've got proper security because in the countryside, you got to think
yeah,
your driveway is invisible. So,
yeah.
like, no one really and truly should be on your driveway because it's not like in London where your driveway is just a little short driveway. You know, you can actually throw a stone at the house from the pavement. In
Brethren,
countryside, you
you
can't
see
see
what
the
you're
house.
saying now, yeah? No, you
Mm.
see where this is, yeah? Like, I could walk past this yard in a minute and show you it, but I'm not going to do that because I don't
No,
know
no,
what
don't
kind
do
of
that. No,
high-tech stuff
don't do
is
that.
in it. But listen, I'm telling you, like this is just on a normal road, yeah. Like there's bare
Mm.
houses, it's just a little quiet little road
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
Like they don't really see cars. Bridging. If I walk past this bridge driveway, all those, I'm saying some mad noise, yeah. And my ears, it's like my ears are ringing because like some radar or something's gone up. Bridging. You see, from when I heard that the first time, I thought I was going mad. I was thinking it's a UFO or something. I was looking around, I mean, what's going on? Then I clocked there's some little box thing, yeah. And then I walked up again. I see it turn, change color. I said, yeah, black color, yeah.
Yeah, it's giving you a warning, bro.
Yeah, my man knows, isn't it? If that thing goes off, yeah,
Yeah, no, no.
trust me.
But do you know what? People practice security in your house as well, man. It's worth having it. Trust me.
But I noticed certain of these places, yeah, they're like that for a reason because I don't know what they're doing, but I know that these farmer man around here, they're different
Mm.
in it. Like I noticed little things. You see, when you're on the public road, we got
Yeah,
cameras, we got speed cameras, we got X, Y,
yeah.
Z. When I'm on them man's road, I don't see none of these things. They don't exist, cuz. Let's
No,
be honest.
they're their own. You see, remember, in the countryside, you know, they're their own community. They look out for each other.
Yeah, they
You know
don't
what I
have
mean?
none of that, bro.
So
Do you know
if that
what?
guy needs a tree cutting down, the neighbor will cut the tree down. They don't need to ring no one.
Yeah. Bridget, I see one of these things where these men have got cameras, yeah, and I'm thinking it's
Cutting
boy
up,
them
yeah.
cameras. Yeah. But I was thinking it's boy them cameras that I'm seeing on the road, isn't it? But it's not boy them cameras. These men have set up their own cameras, cuz.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So they're even
Man,
watching the
it's
boy.
a
What
thing
were
of
you saying?
time.
Neighborhood watch.
They got
Yeah,
their own
pretty
thing,
much.
cuz. They got
Their
their
thing's
own
a
thing.
bad
But
boy thing, man.
Bridget, listen, a man said to me, like,
Yeah.
if a boy them turns up in the road, yeah, these not everyone knows. And I'm thinking, how does everyone know? And they're like, yeah,
Hmm.
bam, bam, that's what that's for. I said, okay, I see what you want to get on. I see what's going on around there. It's smart, but obviously it makes more sense that way, innit? Like at least they're a little bit guarded. They've looked out for themselves, their community. They got their
Hmm.
little 15.
Do you
Their
blame him
little,
though? Shift. Do you blame him though?
nah, but I notice in the city, this is where we could work a bit better together. Do you know like that as a community? Do you know what I'm trying to
Brother,
say?
listen, you know why you don't need it? You know why you don't need that in the city?
Mm,
Do you know how much cameras are in the city, bro?
I know,
They're
but that
covered.
one, bro, yeah, that one.
They've covered London, brother.
Yeah, London's mad now, but I don't even like going to London anymore, cause
Don't blame
I
me, man.
wouldn't go.
It's Babylon, innit? You done the right thing, Shift. You actually got out of the city, man.
Reggie, when
Give
I go
yourself a pat on
London,
the back for that. It says it in the Bible, you know.
I just know if I'm coming down there, everything is official, bro. I ain't doing nothing that is gonna get me in any kind of issue. Because you see now the way they got that camera up, cause that's eye in the sky camera up, cause yeah, like
Prison,
even like that.
prison, Yeah.
Bro, the other day I went down to Swindon, cuz, yeah. I noticed what they done in Swindon, yeah. On the main roundabouts, they put up these mad long poles, innit? Yeah, with cameras at the top of them, yeah. And that sees everything now, cuz.
And this telephone pole as well, you know.
But you're bigger than telephone pole, like some
No,
big
they mix
long
it.
thing.
Yeah, but they mix it in too. Your car has sat nav in it. Your phone has satellite signal. It's to pick up everything. You know what I mean? They've tracked your movements down the motorway through that.
Yep.
As well as obviously your plate and that. But they can track. That's how your phone gets tracked as well through them big signals they're putting up.
Well, you see what you're saying there now, yeah? Imagine, and I must have got pulled in it now. I'm on my way home. I just went out for a drink. I ain't even done nothing wrong. I just went out for a drink with my mate. So I'm on my way home, yeah? I've dropped my mate off somewhere in Swindon. As I've dropped him off, he's gone to a cash point, and this brother is taking long at the cash point. I don't know he said he couldn't find his card. I don't understand what takes a person. He must have been there, but a good 10, 15 minutes. Just standing there. It looks weird, innit? So a car's drove past, just a normal car, innit? With two Asian blokes. Now I'm
that's a stinger. That's a stinger, man.
Listen, I see the Asian bloke looking at me.
You know that they're doing the card scam.
Bro, listen, I saw the flipping, he's got his little walkie-talkie, but he's in normal clothes, innit? Now, he's rolled past. I'm thinking, do you know what? My man ain't even doing nothing wrong anyway, so he needs to hurry up. I told him, hurry up. Got in the car, bam, dropped him off. Brethren, I'm telling you, as I came out of that estate, I see a boy them car, yeah? I've drove past that one, got to the roundabout, kept moving. I see another one, yeah? As I've gone to the next roundabout, I see another one, like, as I've come over the roundabout, going the opposite way to me, and then he started to spin around. As he started spinning around, I'm gone. Listen, I'm telling you, I'm gone. You see, when I start putting my foot down, like, you're not catching me, innit? So I'm gone, hit the motorway. I'm thinking I'm home free. Brethren. I got all the way home near to my town, brethren. There was, will you say stinger? Yeah, what's them things called? The spikes. Oh my gosh, where that? Listen, they pulled out the spikes. I stopped in front of the spike. I could have went around him, and I said, you know what? Someone said to me, no, don't do that one, because this is gonna get worse. I just jumped out the car. I said, you man, do what you're doing. Like, I only went out for a drink, man. I don't know what this is.
What was their reason?
They pulled out the spikes on you like that shit.
They pulled out spikes. I said, what the frick?
But who did they think you was a terrorist or something?
But I don't know what they was thinking. The brother said to me, where are you going? Why have you gone to Swindon and you've at this time of the night, and I see you coming over here. Where are you going? What are you doing? And what's in your car? We're gonna search you. Anything? Have you got any weapons? Brethren, I'm thinking like, I only went out to have a drink, mate. But just him standing at that cash point for that amount of time got man in that amount of problems, guys.
Yeah, they're thinking doing a dodgy thing, isn't it?
That's a lot. Pulling out the thing. They usually do that when it's in a long pursuit, not like just straight away.
He said he floored it, bro.
No, I floored it. I got away. I'm thinking I got away, brethren. This is what the brother said to me. He said, listen, we got you on the cameras from Swindon all the way where you dropped off, and the cameras on the flipping cash point. So he said to me, listen, where have you been today? And I said this was my story. The first thing I said to him, I said, listen, I went to Swindon. I went out for a drink, mate. Went to a cash point, and I dropped someone off, and I'm coming here, and now you're stopping me, innit? So he said, okay, well, why would you go all the way to Swindon to use the cash point? And I'm thinking, okay, so you know exactly where I used the cash point. Do you understand? So he didn't need to tell me that they was followed. Do you understand? He didn't need to tell me all of that, cuz, like, come on, man. What are we doing here? Yeah.
Hey London, big up London, big up C. Donny Williams, big up Archie. It's on a random one. Like, yeah, man, but so what it is though, shit. Every time I speak to you, it's like the police are on massive at your size, isn't it?
Virgin, you see the police up here, what it is now, yeah? Especially at certain times of the night. You see in the countryside, you see like now, bro, yeah? If I turn on my camera, the whole road is dead. There's nothing on the road. The only thing that's on the road at these times is the police. Do you understand? So you go in out, say like I've gone out raving. If I go out raving, when I'm coming back, there might be, one or two men on their way back and police, and that's it. So man, that's what be
Hey,
very
look what our
careful.
chief said. Look what our chief said, yeah. Swindon got high drug crime. Too many men from the ends going up there to trap.
Yeah.
Now they're on any black guy.
Yeah, because the way they flew down on me, bro, listen, it was strip search. It was every type of search. It was
Yeah, but
swab
you know
tape.
what it is though, shit. Man's got to expect it. Yeah? They move to a different end. You have to understand. The police that are working up there, then again, that might not be true because they might be coming from different ends, so no one don't see them. But I'm sure a few of them, they've been up there for a long time. They know who's who. When they see somebody coming through there and they don't know their face, they're gonna be on you. And then once they draw you a couple of times, then they can see what you're about.
Yeah, they used to stop us every other time going up there.
Yeah, they
And
don't
it's
even
pretty
bother
much the
stopping
same
you
place
again.
because they're parked up on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Parked up at the petrol stations, just waiting for us.
OSG said it's the same for him in the countryside.
Same thing, see?
Yeah, it's
All you
hard
gotta
work,
do is
bro.
drive past them.
But you know what I think it is? Like I said, it's the late night thing. And then the next thing is obviously when they see you driving a nice car and you're a black man, if they don't see, like they don't know that you work and you're doing certain things, they're under watching you, bro. I don't know, man. It's very racist, bro. We have to understand what the countryside is. It definitely is very racist. They're not really used to black people, like they're not used to ethnic people in general. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'll
And the
say
ones that they do
I'll say
know,
about 10, 15 years back it was like that for us over that side still.
I
Now it's got a
disagree,
bit
bro.
better because they've
No,
built
do you know
up
what it
new
is?
little bits.
You see, like if I go Bristol, yeah, you see the black people in Bristol, like they got their own community, very strong-minded community. See, if I'm in the countryside like here, the black youth down here are very watered down, cuz, yeah, and they kind of like they suck up to the white boys a bit, cuz. In fact, like the white boys sometimes even bully them a little bit, you know, like that, because it's their ends, in it. It's a bit different, like they're outnumbered, isn't it? Do you know what I'm trying to say? There might be for every 100 of them, there's 2 of us. So
Well,
these
that
man
goes
feel a
back
bit
to what I was
intimidated.
saying earlier on about I don't remember if he was actually in the room at that time, but I actually said, would we be ready for like a race war? That's
Not
my
in the
little
countryside.
subheading. Yeah.
Yeah, not in the countryside. In my little ends, yeah. You see, like where I'm at, yeah. Like my family's been around there for years, so I got bare family around there. There's bare of us in it, but other families, other black families, not so much in it. You know, like my family's probably one of the biggest ones. There's probably about 2 or 3 that are quite large, and other than that, there ain't black people. Cause you see, you know what?
Same.
You
There's
don't
people
see
that look
them.
like black people though.
Yeah, but you have to remember, like, you see, I had to explain this to someone today as well. You see, sometimes you see a youth and he looks like, you know, he's a mixed race youth, then what they call mixed race or half and half, yeah. And we might see him and see blackness in him, but bro, you have to
He's on the
understand
white
some of
side.
them, it's like they don't even see the blackness in themselves because they don't even know what that means.
They don't have their
They don't
pups
even
around a lot of them. Man, them's gone up the countryside, done a quick back shot beatings in the car, and she's pregnant.
You see that side, yeah, but there's also the side of you become what you know, innit? Yeah. So,
Yeah, of course.
you know, it's like back in the day, I used to have a brother, he's from East London, and he used to just hang around with all the white boys. So 9 times out of 10, he's like them. He's not really like I don't know, bro.
It's the truth though. It's the truth though.
Bro.
Product
He
of
was
your
like
environment,
them.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, no, that's only for certain, man. It just depends. Like, obviously, like, you ain't gonna change your whole identity like that just because you're around
No,
certain people.
I've got some uncles that's
He must have
proper
raised with
geezers.
them.
No,
He must have
you're
been raised with them. You know, he ate bangers and mash. You know.
You're right, and that's exactly what it is. He likes all of that, and the thing is, certain times he'll even be like, "No, I just don't even want to be around all that you black guys no more." Like, he likes to being around that. He likes that. Do you know, he enjoys that more.
Do you think that's fair for him to say that at this point?
No, that's racist, bro. No black man can't say that, and that's not racist.
Black man, I want to be around you lot right now. I'm gonna go and have a kind of a pint down the pub with my roommates and say, "Wow, mate, that wow, bro, really."
Well, everyone's got preference, bro. Everyone's got a preference, man.
Yeah. But I think that's a good thing and a bad thing.
Let me just read some of these comments because I'm missing out on some of these comments, man. Let's go back up to the one that we didn't read out. Our chief says the trapper, the robbers, and the police are only out at night. Is he got a point there? Unless you're obviously going out for a drink. Like what? If you're going to be out of road getting pulled over.
See, I don't necessarily think that's true. I think that there is a there is a point to us not discussing this too much further and just saying that, you know, everyone's doing what they're doing. I ain't here to expose nothing. I just know that that things are happening and there's police out there stopping people because there's mad cameras out there. I don't know what the trappers do, man. They might come out in the day, for all I know. It could come out in the afternoon, could come out at night. Who knows? But I know that I was out just getting a drink. And, you know, the police, on the off chance, that's what they will do, innit? They see a black face in the car, they just assume something must be going on. They didn't find nothing. You know, that nothing happened. The end of the story is I went
at the end of the day, what I would say to that message, Archie, is that regardless if you're trapping or not, no one should be telling you what time you can go home because you're not in jail. You know what I'm saying? You're not you haven't got an ankle bracelet. So I just feel personally, regardless, no one should be asking you nothing, like, because that's gonna, that's gonna put limits on us. Sidione Williams, I don't know if I'm saying that right. So I was watching something on YouTube yesterday called Black Missing, and one lady was champion a cause. What? I don't know, a cause because of her son was stopped one night from his studio session and was given 3 years. But 3 years for what though? What did he get caught with? You can't just give someone 3 years for getting pulled over. OSG TV says, fam, the only black man in my village.
Facts.
Wow.
Facts.
In prison, helping out. So someone's backstage. Oh man, like Mystery, big up yourself, Mystery. I'm just reading out this comment. Big up yourself, Mystery. What's happening? Only black man.
Do you know what I think they're getting at there, P? I think that the police here, at the end of the day, wherever the police are, they've got a certain quota to hit in it. And they target us to hit their quotas in it, like blatantly. Because really and truthfully, like I said, I've gone out here. The man, he knows where I've been. I'm on CCTV, so they must have known I went to the club. They knew where I went in it. They know I haven't done no crime, you know. But they just want to have a look because it's a black guy. If I was a white guy that did that, would it be the same thing? It's like I was watching this film and it's got this Arabic guy. He works in the garage and he's wiring up something to go on a car. And then this white dude comes in and he says, what are you doing there, mate? And he's like, why? Why you ask? He's like, I don't know, it looks like you're wiring up a bomb. So that Asian dude's like, if this was like the other white dude wiring this thing up, would you think he was wiring up a bomb? And he's like, well, why would he be wiring up a bomb? And I'm thinking to myself, like, that's exactly how people think, you know. Do you know, like that? They do this racial profiling thing and don't even know they're doing it certain times until you highlight it to them, like I highlighted to the officer. Like, a man's come to my car, like swab testing, he done all of this thing, I can smell weed. I said to him, hold on, what is it? Because I'm black, you can smell weed? Because there ain't no weed in the car and there ain't going to be no weed in my swab. So when the swab comes back clean, now he's checking himself, innit? But before that,
you like to play with them feds too much, bro.
No, they like to play with me, man, because I got a nice car. They love me, bro. You see, if I drive past them, yeah, like certain times I do this stuff as well. Like I see,
bro, I got a nice car too. I don't play with them. Bro. I ain't got no time for them. I
just don't stop for them, cause I don't stop for them. I'm putting my foot down. I'm gone.
Yeah, that's why they threw the thing on the floor for you.
It's on your plate number, man. You take off.
Yeah, but you see, when you say take off, yeah, this is how it really goes, isn't it? Like, because the boy them are dumb. They make the rules up as they go on. They chat rubbish all the time, innit? Now, you see, if your lights ain't on and I drive past you, yeah, and your head just swiveling in the car, and I put my foot down, I ain't taking off. Where's your blues and twos, mate? What are you doing? You're not chasing no one. You're going the opposite way. And that's how man gets them. But that's why, obviously, you're right. That's probably why certain times they will just move to me fast because they're like, hold the Nairobi off in a sec. We ain't seeing them again.
Yeah, Sidione Williams is saying that to say so much of our black people are missing and they treat it as runaway. That's a very serious topic right there, man. but you know what? It ain't even just black people, man. A lot of people go missing.
That little girl, man, remember, what's her name? Madeline or whatever. She went missing.
Yeah.
That was a good one, though, isn't it? Slightly.
You know, I ain't gonna say too much, but yeah.
Let's not
It's
say
like,
too much.
it's like they said OJ didn't do it, right?
I don't know, man.
No. The missing thing is a serious thing. Mystery, what's going on, my buddy? You there?
Yo, what's good, people?
This my brother, man. What's been like? You know what I mean? Like, big up Mystery, man. Like, it's my guy. That's my brethren outside of the internet too. You know what I mean? What's happening though, Mystery, man? What's going on?
Cool, man. I was just listening in. I was out running around, airing what you guys were saying. I thought, let me jump in when man was talking about Popo and the racial profiling thing.
Yeah, man. Jump in,
my
man.
argument with that. I'm all for the racial profiling, but it's obviously got to be coming from. It's obviously got to be coming from a good place. They'll play with
you gotta have a man like Mystery on your show, you know. You gotta have a man like Mystery on your show, man.
I knew there'd be some controversy. I had a feeling.
So you think that so you're saying that you think that the racial profiling is definitely needed in today's standards?
100%. Even the specific case you're chatting about, Shifty, you playing games with them. That's why they're playing games with you, innit? You put your foot down, they're gonna swing down.
I hear you, but same time though, like luckily for me, I ain't committed no crime, so you can stop me when you want. I don't care. You know that. But
yeah, that's it.
Maybe it's a bit different, isn't it? It's a bit different.
The moment I got my license, that was it. My hoodie came up, windows down, music was blasting. The same thing. I thought, I'm not spending my money on this license for you to not pull me. So, like, you know, when you're legit, you're good. But at the same time, we can't. What I'm saying is that we can't. Remember, offense is taken, not given. So we can't really feel offended when certain things happen, because if we got our common sense head on, we know what time it is. We know what room we're in.
I hear you. You see, when you say this shit, I totally respect what you're saying until I can tell you facts. Like my white brother drives around, he's in a band, and you know he's driving around past police all day. They don't stop this dude because he's
on that Dave Chappelle type.
You know, sorts of stuff. They don't stop him, guys. You know, like that. I got another white mate. I'm not going to tell you what he does, but I guarantee you, they just don't stop this guy. They just don't even look at him, bro. It's like he's invisible to them. But if they was ever to stop him, God have mercy.
Maybe they know him.
What's that?
Maybe they, but you know, we got to remember in this, like, we got to remember in this world, and we got to keep it real. Yeah, there's a police. They didn't come from outer space, bro.
Well, the police around my area are different, because remember, the police in the countryside, a lot of the time, the ones that around my area live in the area, so they all know each other, innit?
That's what I'm saying.
Probably your brethren, like, I know that certain man there, like, you know, his brethren, his dad is a boy of them, and them things there, and it's like, obviously, you know, certain times he gets little blighs because of it, innit? And I just think like there's, to a certain extent, you know, it just shows the whole hypocrisy of it, because they don't do that in our neighborhood.
No, they don't do that. But do you know what? Do you know what? The way I see it, though? Point blank, period. Yeah. But if you ain't doing no crime, you ain't got nothing to worry about, innit? It's not like we live in the times like we're not like in the States. It's a bit different over there because the feds be doing some weird stuff behind the scenes. We're in UK, you know, we ain't got to worry about feds blowing our heads off for nothing and stuff like that. Then again, I can't say that because that would be disrespectful to Mark. Yeah, that would be disrespectful for Mark, but I'm not going to get too much into that. But Mark was a certain type of man, and them feds might have got a bit shook. That's all I'm saying. But we don't really live in that sort of environment, so man, them shouldn't really be worrying about getting pulled over by police unless they're really holding.
That's it. You're right in the sense of, like, you see me, I know certain times, like, when I'm in my work car, I don't get pulled in it because I'm in my high vis, I got my helmet, I got all my stuff in. I'm just looking professional. I go to where I'm going and I'm stopped there and then I go home for the day. You ain't seen me for the days. The days when you're driving around, like you said, having fun, or in the middle of the night, man's out raving and gone to pick up this brethren, that cousin, and we gone out and dropping people home. And now they want to stop you anyway because they just want to check you ain't drunk. They want to check that you ain't, because people are out doing things in the night that maybe they ain't supposed to. Who knows?
So can you blame them then for stopping you then?
I don't really blame them. I just think that there's a certain point where it's like, you see, when you notice little things, like I said, like I'll see these white boys driving around and I know they're mash up. I know the police know and they ain't saying nothing, but you come to look at me. Now I know there's an issue. And then, you know, we have this issue down there where some of these boys, you know, they're out there mash up and the police don't stop them and they end up dead. Do you understand? But it's not our ones, it's their ones. But why didn't you stop them?
All right, can I ask a quick question? In your opinion, can a white person say the N-word?
Hell no.
Why not?
Why not? Because are they paying me? Are they going to pay our reparations? To pay our reparations, I'll be happy for them to say whatever they like.
No, but they didn't do nothing. They weren't even born at the time.
Their dad did. Their granddad did. So pay me my money back in it. What?
Then that's like locking me up for what my granddad did. Or that's like me having to pay for what my granddad might have did.
All right, and I'm locked up for what I'm locked up in this life for what happened to my granddad, isn't it? I'm locked in this situation because of what happened to my great grandparents, isn't it? So,
but this is my whole point. But this is my whole point. The way I see it is that we know what time it is. So the same way a white person can't use the N-word is the same way, because we're black, we're going to get pulled by the feds. They're going to use. So it's similar to when they say kick racism out of football. Again, in my opinion, you can't be asking racist people to help you kick racism out of a system. It don't make no sense.
Yeah, but you can't have a system and then only utilize the you can't have a system and only utilize the rules for one type of person within that system.
Just did with the N-word. But you just did with the N-word. That's why I asked you if a white person can say the N-word.
No. We haven't did that with the N-word because the rules go
like because the way we use the N-word is listen, the way we use the N-word is a different system to what you're talking about. Your grandparents did. So the system what we use the N-word in, you're saying another man can't use it because of his skin color, which in itself is racist.
No, not because of his skin color. Not just because of his skin color, because he ain't paid. He ain't paid his dues to society. Now, the fact of the matter is, if you commit a crime, you pay your dues, innit? Same way, when Adolf Hitler decided he wanted to start a World War II and do atrocities to Jewish people, he had to pay. What are we doing here? You got to pay. And once you've paid, you can talk whatever you want, write your story, write your book.
So hold on, so my white neighbor...
One second. You can talk your story, you can write your book, but you still can't practice anything that even sounds like anti-Semitism. And that's what respect looks like. So, no, they can't say it. Because for one, you ain't paid your dues. And for two, there's no respect in that.
Okay, so the white boy across the road from me, he's got to pay his dues.
Yeah.
How's he supposed to do that?
Well, this is quite simple. I'll break this one down to you because I was watching a program the other day that made me think about it very complexly, in the sense of all of us, especially as West Indian people, most of us have got Europeanized names. There's a reason for that. Like I got a German one, yeah, because guess what? Some of those German people own plantations. And what you'll find is we generally took names of plantations that we came from. So we know who our abusers are. We know the people who owe us, innit? So they need to pay, innit? Simple. Quite sad. And most of these people are like very well to do, extreme wealth, that extreme excessive wealth level. So yeah, they definitely got to pay, because remember, during that period, that was the biggest industry ever. Do you understand? When we're talking about slavery and plantation, the biggest industry ever on the planet. Nothing's ever made more money. So, you know, those people coming out of that, you know, some of them started off as paupers and became aristocrats, you know, became, you know, like lords. And, you know, some of like, when you look at some of the people in America, especially, some of them that's, you know, they've made their money from crime, like pimps and doing all sorts of weird stuff that they shouldn't have been allowed to keep that money. But for some reason, The white man's allowed to keep his money. If the black man was ever doing what they was doing, they'd have take all of that away. And then it's like, nah, bro, nah. No, they can't, bro. They owe, innit?
No,
I'm sorry.
I heard that. No, I heard that. What I was kind of trying to get at is, so on a global scale, on, you know what I mean, I understand how the thing works, but individually, that's why I said the guy across the road from me, as an individual, how's he supposed to pay his dues so he can start using the N-word?
No one's allowed to use the N-word because it's disrespectful. So you can still get boxed in your face for using the N-word, or you could get arrested, or however it goes. But I'm going to say this much: as far as, you know, the whole idea of a white boy even asking to use the N-word, it shows, you know, a failure within society. Yeah, because you wouldn't go around saying, "Oh, to your Asian mate, would you be all right if I could use the P word?" You wouldn't do that. Even you as a black man, you wouldn't go
You
to your
should be allowed.
Chinese
You
But
mate.
should
you
be allowed.
just took that straight out of my head, bro. I swear I
You
was
wouldn't go
just
to your
thinking that
I was
Chinese mate
surprised
and
to say the
right
say,
same
"Oh,
thing.
now.
mate, is it all right if I call you the C word?" Or you wouldn't go to a Jewish person and say, "Mate, is it all right if I talk some anti-Semitism to you?" You just wouldn't do it.
That's
It's
because
just
they
not
don't do
unheard
it
of,
to
innit?
themselves. That's because they don't do it to themselves, right?
How do we know? Maybe they just don't do it in front of us. Do you know,
Yeah,
like
well,
that?
that's what I'm saying. Let's go by what we do know, what we don't know. So as far as we do know, they don't do it to themselves.
Well, that's
So
not my business. That's not my business. That's their
no, but
business.
so what I'm saying is that, so because we do it to ourselves, because we call ourselves it, is why we're in a situation where a white person can and does use the N-word.
But
we
ain't that
call
hold on. Ain't that more of a reason for man not to do it than if we use it within our own community?
exactly.
Say again?
Isn't that more of a reason for them not to partake in it if we use it within the community?
No, but if they're in our community, so if it's a white boy that's brought up in our community, he still can't use it?
Hell
Nah,
no.
none of my white friends would ever think about using that word around me, bro.
No, yeah, not around you. But what I'm saying to you is, I can guarantee you that they're. Do you understand what you guys must understand what I'm saying? At the end of the day, if there's a white guy that's been brought up in a black community and he knows, you know what I mean, all his brethren are black and so forth, but he can't use the N-word because
Well,
he's
the only
white.
thing I can really say to that, Misty, to be honest, is maybe if they're gonna allow, I'm not allowing that in my circle. You understand what I'm saying? But what other people allow, you know, a lot of circles that they allow a lot of foolishness, bro. Anyway,
Right. So would you? So me personally, I wouldn't use that N-word. I'd use it in my community and within a certain.
okay.
Within
Okay, but
a certain
you
group of
see,
my
all right. So when
community.
we're thinking about communities, yeah, which you know, you got your own circle, and then you got other circles. If I went to another community, like my brethren's community, and I would hope that if he's got white boys around, they don't say that around me.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. There you go. I wouldn't use that word in front of a white person.
Yeah.
Because
I get to the point of where it's like when I used to rap, I never used to swear in my lyrics. I thought it was like, I've got my vocabulary is very, it should be decent enough to be able to find something to rap. So if I was around somebody, they thought that they needed to say that word. There's plenty of other words, brethren, blood, cuz. There's plenty of other words that they can use before down to that.
Yo, P, can I play devil's advocate for a second? Because being honest, yeah, you see, the reason why I don't really go at the youth them for using that word, although I don't personally use it like that, I don't go at them for this reason. Because at the end of the day, like we said, the Jewish man got paid for the atrocities that happened to him. Yeah, our community never got paid. But I tell you one thing, for some reason, people within our community get paid for using that word and talking crass. They get paid for it. Big time comedians, big time rappers, big time entertainers, and people love it for some reason. So at the end of the day, if you've got them paid and, you know, us talking like that gets us enough attention for some of us to eat out of it, so be it, bro. But remember, we still due to get our actual payment. We're still due for actual justice. And for that reason, I don't think it's fair that the white people, any of them, even if you grew up in the community, have even the inkling to say that word. Really and truthfully, you should be thinking to yourself, thank God they're only using that word and they ain't fighting with us to take back what's really owned by them. You know, like that. Praise the Lord every day that we didn't take it to that extreme. And you know what, we may have just talked a bit dirty and said a few crass words, and it may have helped us, you know, to earn a little bit of money and eat some food. Although it's not the right thing to do, you know, when people are coming from nothing, what do you expect? You know, when people are treated as less than others, what do you expect? You know, when there's not opportunities given to us in the way it's given to others, what do you expect? You know, like, I don't even know where to go with this other than to say, think back in the day, there used to be a certain amount of jobs they had to delegate towards black people. Now they've split it down. They've split our jobs down and took them and given them to everyone else. So we don't even get our things no more. Do you understand? Everyone wants to act like they're up. What we doing
Yeah. So the way I look at it is, you know, being able to say the N-word and not being able to say the N-word, or looking at someone and saying, look, he's from that racial background, so he can't say the N-word. That's racial profiling, though.
When you say it's racial profiling, I'd say no. I'd say that at the end of the day, we all know the inclinations of that word. We know what we know what it means in essence, as much as how we're using it. Do you feel where I'm coming from? So
Right.
fair
So
enough, I could say as a white person, I'm copying what the black people do and I'm using it as a term of endearment because they do, but you're not really because you ain't one of us. So how couldn't it be a term of endearment when you have the face of the oppressor? You come from the oppressor's household. What are you doing here?
And I also feel as well, if a big majority of Caucasian people wouldn't feel uncomfortable using it, why would someone else feel comfortable using it?
you know what? I agree with everything we're saying. Is that, you know, someone that's not of the ethnicity shouldn't use the word. And I also think that we shouldn't use the word in front of it. It shouldn't be on songs. It shouldn't be on TV. We shouldn't use it in front of.
No, they can use the word mystery. They can use the word. Your thing's crackling. Hold on.
That's BR's thing. That's
Yeah,
BR.
man.
It's BR. Yeah, you see what you're saying though, mystery. Yeah, as far as the you know, the thing of you know, you got certain families, yeah, that owned plantations that whipped and beat our ancestors and made millions of pounds, if not billions, off of the backs of our people. Them, yeah. What do you say about those people giving back some of that wealth? And what do you say when I say, you know, those particular families, those particular households that have definitely benefited, those generations that are benefiting, they need to give that back, bro. They need to at least give some of it back. Like, what's going on there?
Yes,
And
yeah,
why the
definitely.
government does nothing about it?
Yeah, they definitely need to give some of it back. But I think it's more than money, because if you give, if they was to split all the money in the whole world equally to everyone. Yo.
Let me just ask the people that make sure you keep on that point, man. People in the chat, yeah, because sometimes when I play it back, you know, I can't hear the crackling, but I know there was crackling before. People in the chat, was Mystery's mic just crackling? Was it coming out crackling, or was it normal? Please, give me some feedback. Someone give me some feedback. Was Mystery's microphone just crackling, or did it come out okay?
I could hear it still. I could hear it. It was BR's microphone. I'm not sure what was
No. Because when he was talking, it was crackling.
Yeah, a little bit, but it weren't bad. I could still hear his voice clearly.
Yeah, but I don't want no crackling, period. A little bit, but I can still hear it. No, we don't want no crackling. So we're putting all this up on podcast. So we don't want no. Right, there was crackling. BR, just give me a mic check, bro. I mean, Mystery, give me a mic check.
Check 1, check 2.
All right, one sec.
Can't hear you, bro.
Yeah, I said, him back. Mic check.
Yo. They're still crackling?
Yeah, it's still crackling, bro.
You know,
you know what though?
Hopefully, I'm hoping that it don't come out like that. Because sometimes I hear it crackling on the show, but it doesn't come out like that all the time.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna come out, man. I don't think it's prominent enough. But
no, Archie, it's major for me, my brother, because I've got plans with the recording, so it's major for me, bro.
You see, just quickly on obviously we were talking this kind of black and white stuff. Like, I'm not really into all this black and white stuff. As far as, like I said, you know, certain particular people who's benefited, I think that the government, the society that we live in knows who these people are and has failed to direct those people to pay their dues. And I think that that's a tragedy that needs to be rectified. But outside of that, you know, I don't think every single white person was necessarily a slave owner. Do you feel where I'm coming from? So maybe I'm not even maybe, definitely there's going to be certain families that didn't benefit in the same way, to the same degree, but to some degree the whole society benefited. Yeah. So at the end of the day, you know, they still got to pay their dues. Now, I wanted to talk to you, man, about this whole thing of, you know, the train strikes. Because you see, right now we're coming into
Where
that
you going,
age.
bro?
Like Peniro, you told me about the robots. Yeah, remember you were telling me about the robots and showing me the robots. I saw it's on your page, and you got the video with the robot woman talking. So now everything's going automated,
Yeah,
isn't
man.
it?
Long-
So jobs are going,
Yeah,
because
man.
it's about to get mad. It's about to get mad. So all of this talk of, you know, like recession and stuff, you know, that's only the tip of the iceberg.
Maybe maybe Shift, you just really got onto something then. Hey, Foxxymoon, man, what's going on, my sister? Hey, big up Crags 1, Crags 2, always on deck. Big up Archie, always on deck. OSG, big up Keisha as well. And I'm gonna get back to your question, Keisha. I don't think I haven't seen the question. I'll let these guys finish up and we'll get to that. I think I'm not paying attention right now, yeah?
I'll tell you how mad it's getting, P, yeah? It's
Hey,
getting
did
so
you say,
mad, yeah?
wow, big up brother Shifter.
I'll tell you what's getting so mad, yeah? Like, the other day, like, man's gone onto a building site, yeah? And you see the type of equipment they're using, cuz, yeah? Obviously, it's not prominent because it's mad expensive. Like, brethren, you don't need no one, innit? This thing's building buildings, cuz. It's putting up things. You might need someone to come and do a couple of little fixings afterwards, but babies, like, this thing's doing all the work. So where's the money for them? Where's the work for them and them?
I've
Who's
seen
gonna
them
be eating
No,
machines.
but
food
that's
Them
in
what I
this
was gonna
machines are
country?
say.
mad,
No,
you
no,
know.
VR. You didn't even
Yeah.
send me the footage, but tell Shippy what you saw, innit?
God,
Oh,
tell me
what
where. I ain't done that.
the robot thing delivering food?
Come, bro, this is what I'm trying to say, cuz. Where's going to be a job for anyone? What's gonna happen? Bro,
Bro,
they
they
got the
don't
ones
What
need
Shifter?
humans no
demolishing.
more.
Do you think that's why they're doing? Do you think that's why we're gonna go into the recession thing so they can? Do you understand what I'm trying to say, people? Like,
Yeah,
drop down the economy. Oh, then where's
yeah.
mystery?
I
He's
think
there, so.
recession is usually a good excuse to make cutbacks and to get rid of people, especially if you want to bring in automated systems. And now, you know, maybe they got to pay some redundancy. They're going to pay out some big money to get rid of these people, innit? By the end of
Yeah.
the day, once they're gone, they ain't never got to pay them again. So, come on,
And the
man.
thing is, they
That's
got
crooked.
shops where you serve yourself now as well, innit?
You understand? It's
Amazon
so
shops.
crooked, bro. It's all automated, bro. I remember that thing's got camera on there. Try to play with their money. Try to play with them. They know who you are. Walk out to the car park and get in your car if you're bad. You understand? That's how the thing's got. Just like when you go in the petrol station and then the man filled that petrol and drove off and he thought he got away. He thought
Yeah, soon the petrol will be well, it's electric now. That soon you can just charge up just by parking in a space without even doing anything.
well, this is it, bro.
The floor will charge it for you.
This is it, bro. It's getting to that point now where it's like you can't spend 5 pence without them knowing about it, and that's what it really is about.
Yeah.
It's really about everything being traced, trackable. You know, you can't have anything more than what they dictate. It's a dictatorship, but they don't want to tell you it's a dictatorship. They brought it to you under the guise of what do they call it again? Democracy. Really, like really, bro. What's with them cameras for then?
Yeah, that's what it is. Democracy, man.
Keeping an eye on you at
This
all
ain't no
times.
democracy, bro. This is dictatorship, bro. Come
Hey,
on,
you
man.
seen that new video with Biden? You seen it?
No.
I don't know what's wrong with that guy Biden, man. 1 minute he's falling downstairs, he's talking to people that are invisible and all that. And I don't know, man. This is meant to be a leader, you know. It's supposed to
But
be a.
this is what I'm saying, bro. One man's dropping downstairs doing drunken antics on one side of the world. The other side of the world, you know, you got one man telling everyone to lock down and he's having parties and doing lines. Like,
No,
it's
but
like,
look,
come on, bro.
watch this footage here, Schiffer. Watch this. This guy is like a, I don't know, man.
Now our great speaker.
Did you see that, yeah?
Now our great speaker.
He already shook the guy's hand.
He thinks he's Robin Williams, man. He thinks he's some kind of comedian, bro. I don't know what's wrong with him.
This is what I'm trying to like, making that guy the leader of US, yeah, is really taking the piss out of the people, man. I'm telling you, man.
You might as well get Eddie Murphy, innit?
Bro, it's crazy, bro.
I think Eddie would do a better job, personally. But it's nothing, bro. Think about it. It's nothing new. You know, American presidents of the past have been, you know, movie stars. Like,
all right, then, since we're on the presidency, what do you feel about Trump getting got raided?
Say that again?
Trump getting raided.
Trump got raided by who?
Oh, you don't know about that?
Yeah, by police.
Big up Foxxymoon for this. Let's just introduce Foxy. Yes, Foxy, my sister. What's that?
Oh my goodness, I am in the right place with all these good brothers, brother Peniros, brother Shepa, brother BR, salute.
And
Mystery, salute to you.
Come on. So what, Foxy, you ain't about this Trump got his door kicked off.
Yeah. Yeah, so the feds were able to get a warrant for the late President Trump. Apparently, so I'm getting conflicting information, but what they're looking for is documents that highly secured
that he wasn't supposed to take or something.
Yeah, they found.
Yeah,
I think
and he wasn't supposed to
7.
take it. But now that he's
I think they found 7 of his stuff that he had documents in that.
Right. But he, you know, so now he's a civilian, they can do that. But I think he has copies too. So it's like, he's like, you know what, take what you need to take. But
you see what you lot are saying, yeah? I'm gonna be honest with you, yeah. Has anyone heard, do anyone know about the McAfee guy, the McAfee virus guy? Do anyone know about that guy?
Yeah, the PC guy. He killed himself, apparently.
Well, no, not killed himself. Apparently,
what guy? Say that again, Super. What guy? Sorry.
The McAfee virus guy. So basically, this McAfee virus guy, yeah, he makes this virus software for computers, whatever.
Don't keep saying the word virus, bro.
I mean, anti-computer virus program, yeah. So he makes the anti-computer virus program, yeah. And the anti-computer virus program that he made got bought for billions of pounds, innit? It got bought by the main company, by Microsoft, for billions of pounds because it was so popular, yeah. So this guy, then, you know, he's a tech guy, innit? He's into that surveillance. He's got information on everyone, apparently, innit? Yeah. At some point, like, certain people are saying he's like the savior of America because he can take down the system and tear. So all of a sudden, there's some scandal. His neighbor gets killed. They're saying he killed his neighbor. The guy goes on the run, billionaire on the run, whatever. You know, it's a long drawn out thing. I don't want to go too deep into it, but that's what it's all evolving around. Like, this guy knows too much. So did he really kill his neighbor, or did he just know too much? And now they've got to find a way to get this information back.
Hey, bro, I've seen that.
By any means.
I know. You're thinking about the guy with the blonde hair.
I think, yeah. He's enemy of the state, cuz he's enemy. He's like that guy WikiLeaks. He's like WikiLeaks. Look at Wiki. Come on.
Yeah, he's enemy like that. Yeah, but that's an off-key story. I did watch a little documentary on that.
So those guys are actually all under the U.S. They are operatives under the CIA, all the alphabet people, the alphabet brothers, and we're all still governed under Vatican City. So the money that's being funded and funneled back and forth, United States still has to answer to the city in Italy. And most of us, like London, UK, so Washington, D.C. is in this United States. However, it's its own district. Even though it's in between two states, it's its own district.
Do you
Same
know it's
thing.
funny you say that? Because
Mhm.
I was talking to someone the other day, and we were talking about countries, yeah? And they believed that there was countries that are not within the UN, like, because you got the United Nations, the UN, yeah? So as far as I was aware, all the countries are in it, yeah? And you can't be a country unless recognized by the UN, which was correct when we looked online, except for, I think it was Vatican City and Palestine. Those are the only two places. The only two places that are recognized as countries but ain't part of the UN, which I found very peculiar. And you having this conversation now, I don't know. There seems to be some kind of a link, but I'm gonna let you finish the X because I'm very interested in what you're saying now. You talking some big stuff.
Yeah, I've been following this whole thing since I was a little kid. Like my dad, shout out to him and my mother, they're master teachers. So they hit me to the game very early in life. I never really read any of those books, the Pale Horse or any of that stuff. But they it's almost as plain as day in your face that these people, they are they want us to fall on each other. So while they think, oh, this president is no good and that president is going to save us, they're all in bed together. It just looks different because they're saying something different, but at the end of the day, they're all in bed together. And it's all been spearheaded by the late President Carter. Then it went to Nixon, Ronald Reagan, right? Bush's father and son, Obama. Trump is the only, he is the what you call black horse or the black sheep of the family, because he says, I am not a politician, I'm a businessman. So he has no, he's not in that same circle, although he runs in it. Not to say I trust him, but he definitely has, he's the spook that sat by the door. He sees everything, he's been around everything, and he's all like, listen, we're about to get this money. Let's get this money. Let's not worry about our feelings. Although he says the most outlandish things, some of us get into our feelings. And when I say some of us, I say black people, because they get all their feelings hurt about, oh, racism, this. No, money has no feelings. And what he was trying to do, right? And he's trying to bring that money back because he's tired of us. If we're such a super countries, the big brother and stuff like that, why are we still doing all this, that, and the other and giving to other people? He's like, let's bring this all back. Let's put the wall up down there in Mexico and Texas, because we do have problems, not just, all families leaving and escaping, but there is the big cartel that he's like, listen, I don't want none of that. When he said drain the swamp, that's what he's talking about. So he doesn't have any feelings. He has no bet in this race. He's just like, listen, I'm about getting this money. If you are, let's do it.
I totally agree with what you're saying, and I think that at this point, I'm more interested in this whole Rome thing. I don't know, that really caught my attention. So I'd really love to hear more about, what kind of control mechanisms they may have in place, or what you may know they have in place. But because I've got to go in my house now, yeah, my son is too young and I can't even be up late talking loud and that. I'm dropping down to the comment section, but I'm still here. I'm listening. So please enlighten me, because I think that just blew my mind when you came with that, especially after that conversation the other day. It was like, whoa.
It's good to speak to you, Shafa.
But big up big up P, big up BR, big up Mystery, big up the whole everyone who's listening. Make sure you stay locked, tuned in. Make sure you've hit that notification bell. Make sure you catch us, on demand by hitting that bell, because then it will come up in your YouTube every time we do a show XYZ. Yeah, and it's like, I'm gonna have to love you and leave you, but I'm in the comment section. If you got anything to talk to me about, leave a comment for me. I will reply.
Blessings, bro.
Bless up, bro.
Guys, yeah.
Don't know, brother. Big up.
Yeah, what are you hearing about this thing, BR? About this Trump situation?
Yeah, he got raided. Well, the thing is, yeah, he didn't get raided. Actually, they came there with a warrant, and a lot of people are pissed off, saying that if it was standard normal people, they would have run up in there, guns blazing, not guns blazing, but you know what I mean. And they found some documents that obviously is threatening to, is it America, Fossey? Or to the nations?
Yeah, like he has a lot of emails of, you know, he's definitely gunning for Hillary Clinton, and Hillary Clinton, and she's got a lot of allegedly blood on her hands, and so does their cousin Obama, Barry O. So
Hillary Clinton, really, Hillary Clinton is no longer with us, but that's another story.
What's that?
They tried to keep this thing silent as well. It came out on the news later, not on time.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though the helicopter, go on.
Right, no, and all of this is really because he's trying to fight for being back in position of being the presidency, because he's like, you know, he was rigged. Which when I did a reading, not for him, but you know, so everybody who doesn't know, I'm a tarot reader. I read cards. And that's basically what my channel is about. However, I do have thought-provoking conversations such as this topic and other topics that, you know, Brother Penire and Brother BR discuss. So I was doing my own personal reading just to, you know, get my messages, whatever I needed to know. And it took me so far left and showed me that Trump actually won the election. He's definitely working in the spirit world. I don't know if it's demonic or angelic. That is to be determined, but he's definitely has some powerful people on the other side. And I ain't talking about physically.
Most definitely.
Yeah. And so I didn't pay too much attention to it, and I just left it alone. And come to find out, then, you know, Jim Good Sleepy Joe Crow Biden was elected, and then Trump is fighting for that position because he's like, yo, I was rigged, this was rigged, you guys fixed it. And I was like, oh snap, he's right. So he's trying to get back into office, and he wants to run for the 2024 election. But they're fighting against each other. That's what I'm saying. They will eat each other.
Foxy, remember the time, yeah? Do you remember the time, people, when I didn't put the video out, but it was way back when Trump did actually say that he's upset some very important people. You know, and you have to understand when he's telling the people that I've upset some very important people, there's some people that want him out of him. So they'll do anything they can to not let him go back into the position that he was in.
Exactly. And when you said they are willing to do anything to get him out, trust me, even if that means a dirt nap, that's exactly what they will do.
Yeah, don't forget people as well. Remember the Simpsons when they came out with their cartoon and Trump got taken out? That could still be a possibility.
When I did the reading, it showed me that was, you know, a possibility that actually was going to happen. I don't know if that'll happen if he'll try to do this again. And the way it's looking, I'm not too fearful. I really don't care, but I'm not fearful that that'll happen again. I was expecting that to happen in a couple of months while he was, you know, fighting for his position back when Jim Crow got elected.
Right.
So, but yeah, he definitely, and that's what I'm saying, like, whoever he has on the other side, supernaturally speaking, he's protected. So he would have recovered. He wouldn't have gone out. He would have recovered, and he still would have been, you know, the president. So, you know, I mean, your viewers and your listeners can take it as they want to take it. Some people don't believe in that. Some people are like, that's witchcraft, that's, you know, devilment. And I don't play around with quote unquote witchcraft, as they say. I'm very protective of my energy and who and what I let in physically and supernaturally. So you know, I was kind of like thrown off because my reading was about me, and then this man shows up, and I'm like, it's crazy how he came up into my reading, and when I did my name in gematria, all my names, my maiden name, my married name, my birth, the name I was given, his name is associated with my name.
Is it?
So
That's mad.
it is mad indeed. Like, not it out the 3 out of 5 names or something like that I have, you know, including my Instagram names and my page, the, you know, the Foxxymoon page. This dude shows up in it. I'm like, what the hell? Wow. So, you know, I kind of, like I said to my best friend when he was running for presidency, I said, she was like, well, who would you vote for? And she automatically thought I would vote for Hillary Clinton because she's a female. And I'm like, nah, I'll get Trump in.
Just because she's a female, you know, that's some feminism business.
And I'm not about that life. I said, listen, some women are not meant to be in high ranking position. Okay. When I'm a feminist for what you call equal rights, right? Human rights. But as far as being in certain positions, some of these women, especially that, you know, feminists, and I don't want to offend any women in the listeners in the moment, but we have to be realistic. That feminist movement is not for the quote unquote black person, black woman, right? It is because the white women were upset and are upset with their male counterparts because they're the ones getting all this money. They're ignoring those women at home. And so they feel like, listen, I don't want to be at home anymore. I want to have the liberty of going out. And yeah, you know, I can do what he can do. That's their problem. But some black women joined along in the get along gang and said, oh yeah, if they're going to get rights, we're going to get rights. No, because the black woman is still the lowest man on the totem pole. So no. They're not checking your hair and cutting your hair off or want you to cut your hair off when you go and apply for a job. But they're doing that for the black woman who has locks, long hair, or if it's in an afro. So no, we are not the same and we are not alike. And don't know, my hair is not that texture, but my mother's is. And I dared somebody say, you got to cut your hair off. She always had her hair either in an afro or in braids. So for her to run with the white woman counterpart and they don't have to get their hair cut or changed or anything. How dare you? I'm not rolling with that. So some of these, especially the black women in America, some of them are misguided and they feel like, you know, we're all in it together. And I'm like, no, we're really not. It just looks like that, but that's not the case. So. And who we should be working with is amongst each other. And we're not going to all get along and we're not going to all agree. And we may not all work together very well. However, we are the ones, when I say we, I'm saying the black man and the black woman, we are the ones that are having the issues amongst each other and they don't care. They capitalize off of our pain and suffering. And then you want to smile in their face and give them a hug and say, it's okay. Mm-hmm. I forgive you that you killed my family members in a church when we were all praying. What black man are they taking to Burger King after he done shot up somebody and say, you know what, here you go, black man, have some Burger King on us? What? But we'll still give a hug and say, you know what, we forgive you.
But you get pounded out in the station, man.
Right. Or you may lose your life, depending on how you move. You twitch a certain kind of way in your handcuffs and that's it. So, you know, I don't want to sound inclusive and selective and segregated, you know, because somebody was like, that's not really cool to have this mentality of segregation. And I said, why not? Every other culture does it.
That's
why?
True.
Why can't we do that? Why is it that it's a problem for us? You've exploited us, raped us, whatever else, excuse me, not, you know, the hard R, but you've exploited and did all X, Y, and Z to us. And we're still the most forgiving and tolerable out of the bunch. But if I want to stay within my very own Black circumference, it's a problem.
Yeah, because they don't want us to unite. Like, we're strong when we unite as one. And if they can keep us separate by any means necessary, that's part of the plan. They don't want us to group together and take over what's rightfully ours.
Exactly. So even this conversation right here is too powerful. It's powerful enough because we can help shift some minds. Even if it doesn't make sense right now, somebody you could be listening and say, you know what Brother Peniros is saying is right, or it sounds logical. What Brother BR is saying sounds logical. What Brother Mystical Mystery sounds logical, right? And don't do that. Well, what I'm saying is that can spark some thoughts within the audience, and that's where the problem is, according to them.
Oh my God! You just called man mystical, you know. Oh my
mystery.
It's all good.
You know, mystical just got done with another R charge. It's his third one.
Oh yes, I saw that too.
Another one.
Another
one.
Because he's from the ends where they do a lot of voodoo and stuff as well, you know. So
I'm sure he came out and signed Cash Money, and he's still doing them efforts.
Yeah, man. They man do anything for money.
But then with them famous dudes, they think money woos every girl. Money don't woo every girl. Man are afraid of rejection.
This world would be a sick place if that was the case, man.
It woos every other girl.
Yeah, every other girl. Yeah, definitely.
Right, and he probably already had this problem before coming into this industry, right? Because if somebody has a drug addiction, now they have this access, especially Black people. We see this happen way too often. Coltrane, Thelonious Monk, Sarah Vaughan, Lady Day, drug problems, heroin addicts, Miles Davis, right? So they had some sort of drug issue before they became famous. Now you have this money, so you can get it more accessible. You can pay for it top notch. So I'm thinking, hey, he might have been like this already, because now to get a second charge like that, come on. Listen, they try to get third charge. Third charge, yes, you know, he's got a problem.
Yeah, he's got a serious demonic spirit hanging on to him, boy.
But that type of industry brings that type of energy. And so when we're looking at such and such, I don't look at those people as role models or compare myself to them, because they are out of my circumference. They don't live my life. They are smoke and mirrors. And when you realize who some of these people are hanging out with and rubbing elbows with, you'd be very, very appalled and disgusted.
So is there anyone within on a certain level that you would say is not involved with this negative behavior?
I want to say maybe Lauryn Hill. She's an example of not wanting to conform. And
you can't really say Lauryn Hill because she's not on that level.
But she was, but because, you know, they got her on tax evasion. So all of a sudden now she's not paying taxes. So you're going to lock her up?
Yeah, is that still going on? Because someone told me that.
No, she's out, but she's like took a big loss, and she went through a lot of mental, you know, depression. And, you know, I feel like she might have been going through some stuff when she was married to, you know, the husband that she was married with. And that also might have been triggering. And, you know, I don't want to start speculating, but, you know, I think he had a lot to do with it, because she was good by herself. And, you know, he came through and you could see there was a difference and a shift in her. And so she might have had, and she's a spiritual girl, she might have had some attachment, and because they, she didn't want to bow down anymore, it's like, oh, okay, we're going to make your life a living hell. And that's what they do. They tarnish your name, they throw you in jail, they make you look like you're crazy, they make you look like you're the problem. So I would say she might be one of those that are like not.
But is there? I don't think there are any that we can think of that aren't haven't been touched.
No. Yeah, because even the ones you think may not be, it's like, oh, so now you're shaking hands with this one. I mean, you don't want to judge too much, because it's like, who are we to judge? But my eyeball starts to, roll in the back of my head, and my eyebrow goes up like, oh, so now you're shaking hands with this person? But when you were locked up for 10 years, they dismissed you and left you there, and you got deported back to your country, and now you're coming back shaking hands with this person? Talking about, but that's my brother. Okay. All right. Knowing what he does.
Somehow. They did the same to Wesley Snipes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he was on a straight-ish path, as far as I could see. And then I believe he ended up going to jail for tax evasions.
Yeah, he went on the run as well.
Exactly. So we have to look at even Cat Williams, the comedian Cat Williams. He was another one that said, listen, I'm not putting on a dress. You're not going to get me to wear that. He even said it in one of his stand-ups. He went to one of those parties and saw some wild stuff walking past some rooms. And after all that, they started making him look like, oh, he's a drug addict. They were crazy. They were taunting him. The FBI, not the FBI, what is that? TMZ, they had him looking all kinds of crazy. So is he crazy because he says no, he doesn't want to do that? But media will show that like
he's not fitting into their agenda. So
Adrian Broner's another one that's just come out to say he's cancelled his fight on Saturday.
Who is he supposed to be fighting, Mystery?
I don't know. I'm not sure the guy who he's supposed to be fighting.
He hasn't fought in a long time as well.
Yeah, but it weren't no one major. But he said he's got some mental health and he's just not in a place to fight.
Okay.
There's a lot going on at the moment, some deep stuff.
Well, it's going to be a lot more going on in a couple of months.
Oh, yeah, this Pandora's box has just been opened, so.
This is the thing I'm hearing a lot of.
Go on.
I'm hearing a lot of talk about, this recession that's coming and how bad things are going to get.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was going to ask, like, Foxy, like, what is he? Are you getting hearing the same thing around like October-ish?
We've been in one. So, especially when we got hit with the pandemic, that and New York City, is like the capital district, financial district of the world, or one of them. And because of that, everything was shut down. So we've been feeling the brunt. They just don't want to hype it up and get anybody scared, mass hysteria. But it's been like this for the past 2-3 years.
Oh, so it's just been in a dark place for the last few years. So are you hearing anything specifically about any more recessions coming around the October time?
No, I haven't. And I don't really listen to see, but I haven't. And that brings me up to what Brother Schiffer was asking, as far as with the that city that sits in Rome. They have been doing this for centuries, and they do that too. So it's United States, DC, and there's this a district kind of like that in London, and they answer to that city out there in Rome. And not so, because remember, there's 2 popes, and the one that they have now, I don't know if he has stepped down. I think he may. so one is good and one is bad, as they say. And the one who is of the wearing the black, that's the one that's in control of things, worldly. So even though when they say the church and the state shouldn't be involved, they are involved. They run the world, yes, and some of the elites and the people who have money, but they're all coming. They all have to answer to that out there at the end of the day.
Foxy, have you seen pictures of their chains that they wear, like the cross chains that they wear?
Yeah, did you see that recently where the Native
have you
American?
seen what's on it? Sorry.
No.
You haven't seen this, so basically it's not Jesus on their cross, it's some type of creature.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say.
I wouldn't be surprised. And what's crazy is that they do all these rituals, right? But they're Roman Catholics. They do all these rituals, and that's under the guise of, holier than thou, and we're close to God and blase blue. When indigenous people stick to their religious roots, it's devil worship. It's you're taking some of our hieroglyphs and some of our things that we wear, and you're putting it on your costume.
Mm-hmm.
And you're flipping it around to make it fit your narrative, but you're holier and you're better than us, when I think it's the opposite around. I think we are the children of light and y'all are the children of darkness.
It's funny, Shifra said in the comments, it's not such a secret society. It's not such a secret, the secret society. You have to always remember that there's an elite, higher than all of them, that you don't know about. That's, if you notice that this Illuminati stuff and whatnot, it's been coming out a lot in the last 10 years. Even to the point of where Masons messaging people. I don't know about you lot, but I've had messages from Masons and Facebook and Instagram. Yeah, Jay trying to get me to join in that.
What?
Yeah.
Don't let me have to fly 12 hours to go over there and baptize you. And
yeah, I'm not going back and forth with them. I'm not going back and forth with them just for fun. I say to them, did you look at my page before you tried to recruit me? And then I go from there and just keep it to them, and then they end up saying sorry and right. But yeah, they're doing that a lot now. It's really out there now, when it used to be a secret society, but you have to understand there's people higher up than them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Craig's 1, Craig's 2 says the CERN tunnel opening ceremony was a satanic ceremony. Yes, and the reason why I wanted to put that comment up is because I've done a video on CERN, either 2 years ago or maybe 3 years ago now, and I actually put the ceremony that you're talking about. I actually put that on the end of the video, and YouTube actually blacked it out. So if you go on that video and you see a little bit of the ceremony, that you see that they even got the 3 witches in the ceremony. When you see them flying around, the bit after that, which is actually the demons walking through the Stargate.
Wow.
I know Craig knows. Craig, you've seen it, so you know what I'm talking about. And then they had the face of the satanic thing in the actual Stargate, showing you what they're trying to bring out, basically. But yeah, YouTube actually blocked it. They didn't block the whole video, but they blanked it out, because when I went to watch it back.
Now that was your video?
Yeah, I done that video 3 years ago on the Hydro Collider.
Wow.
Done it 3 years ago. That was like one of my first 20 videos. Yeah, it was crazy, bro.
They were like, oh, he's a problem. That's why they cut you off.
Basically, it had demons walking out of the Stargate in the ceremony, like blatantly. I don't know how people missed that one, but it's there. If you look hard enough, you'll find it. It's really funny that as well, Foxy. Yeah, they'd be blocking my stuff, but I can still find it on someone else's channel. That's crazy.
I told you I had that same problem. I had a 7-hour. This was back in, I think, April. I had a 7-hour YouTube live, and in that I was talking about some medical stuff. And
yeah, you can't talk about meds and all that on YouTube.
Nope.
I've had them warnings from years ago. That's why I don't. What's it called again? The World Healthcare Organization. They don't like none of that.
Right. And so they asked me, did I want to dispute it? And I said no, because I didn't have any medical documentation in front of me to, fight them on it. And I said, I'll take this on the chin. That was a warning. They said, you never had any other issues. So like, just that's what it is. And I'm like, all right. So, I don't, and I always have a disclaimer up that, I'm not a medical professional. So yeah, I try to stay, away from it, because I was talking about stuff being put, things, and they were like, nah, you're giving out wrong information.
Yeah, let's not talk about it. If they didn't like you talking about it, let's not talk about it.
Yeah. So, but moving forward, there's another portal that just, and I don't know if some people have heard of it. It's called the Lion's Gate, which happened Monday, August 8th. And this portal is supposed to be aligned with the star system Sirius. And it's aligned in certain many degrees with the Giza pyramids, and perfectly aligned. I don't know if it's a 90-degree. I am not a mason in that sense, where I don't know like the degrees and what it all.
Yeah, but they're the pyramids, the three of them, the three pyramids, right?
Right, but I think it's they're
actually aligned with the stars.
Yeah, it's aligned with the Sirius. So that portal, in essence, is also aligned with opening up certain dimensions in where deceased ones can cross over as well, whether they're coming into this dimension or leaving this dimension and going into their dimension. And so this, these people, they do these type of rituals around this as well. And so I find it just so hypocritical that they would, deem us as to be, demons and devils and stuff, when in actuality, they're the ones that are showing us that we don't do any of that stuff. They're showing us something so different, and that looks demonic and weird. So I find it very, very, I laugh at it, because I'm like, you guys, and I went to Catholic school for 9 years, and I'm a Christian. I'm a United Methodist. I was baptized as a Methodist, which is Christianity, which is almost like you want to equate it to like a Protestant, right? We don't have saints in our church. We have just the cross, not a crucifix. And we don't pray to any saints. We pray straight to God, right? The only ritual we'll do is maybe, we'll do the communion the first of the month, bread and wine. Now, these people have all these different saints that they, talk to and they pray to and so forth and so on. And that's, but in your Bible, it says in the 10 commandments, the first commandment, that God is a jealous God and you should only worship just one. So then that means they shouldn't be talking to saints. They shouldn't be talking to the Virgin Mary. We have to understand these things. Yeah.
This can go far deep into this, but when I was younger, I used to pray through Jesus' name. I don't even do that anymore. I just pray directly to the Creator. And it's worked for me. So yeah, there's a lot of idol worship, basically. A lot of idol worship.
There you go. Yep.
And a lot of deity worship and false gods. Yeah.
And see, what we have to remember is that our indigenous ancestors did do that. They talked to other deities. They saw gods in water, the moon, the sun, because they were agriculturists. They were, crops, and they had to plan and plant accordingly. So yeah, they didn't know. They weren't talking about only one God does this. They felt their spirit in everything, in every living thing, in trees, in the water, right? So because then these pilgrims flipped it around on us to be like, oh, no, that's evil, that's wrong, you're not supposed to do that. they've incorporated what we've been doing so all along, and now they spend it on our heads, and they made it seem like they've made up all this stuff. They're in charge of all of that, and anybody who's practicing anything outside of that is demonic. It's evil.
All right, sis. So would you say what the pagans do? Would you agree with what they did or what they do? Would you agree when it comes to worshiping trees? And
I wouldn't necessarily agree as far as like worshiping a little deity for fertility, right? But I understand that certain cultures, if they're not educated thoroughly, they will. I can't I can't say blasphemy to them, especially if it's an older culture than ourselves, and that's what they do and that's what they practice. But modern time, if they're doing that, no, I'm not feeling that. I'm not feeling that.
Okay, because I think because a lot of in recent times, I'd say a lot of people are talking about pagans and how this person's a pagan, this, that, and the other. And then when I looked into it and how the pagans lived and what they believed and so on, I thought that more sounds realistic to me than the stories of the Bible. And then I realized that, for instance, Christmas was kind of put together,
right,
to incorporate the pagans into their devilish ways.
Exactly.
The pagans are happy with, worshipping, or in fact, we say they worship. Maybe they didn't, but the point, what I'm saying, my belief is that it makes more sense for me to give thanks to the sun, the ocean, the earth, the trees, the living things around us that gives us life, rather than someone of a book.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and that's exactly how I feel. I'm not going to.
I know you might feel like that, yeah, but let's not sway my audience with that sort of knowledge. Because I have got videos on things of that nature. You know what I mean? I don't want to sway my audience to thinking that there's not a God that created the earth, bro.
No, there's a supreme being, and that the creator, the Most High, that's who's in charge at the end of the day. Not, but there are spirits within the smaller things, just as God created us in the image or the likeness. Right, we have his spirit or her spirit, because people are like, oh, God's a female. I'm not up for that debate. What I'm saying is that we have that spirit in us as well, the same spirit that's in the water and in the trees. We're connected because we're connected to the Most High. So at the end of the day, there's this supreme creator, and everything falls underneath that.
Yo, Bia.
Yo, fam.
You said, my brother, any other topics you wanted to cover, bro?
No. I'm just chilling in the background right now still.
So how's the weather over there, Foxy? Been hot lately?
Yeah, so we're out of the heat wave, thank goodness. And we've got an 80-degree, we're going to 7-degree weather next week. I'm so excited.
Okay, that's cool. That's nice, man.
I can't stand the heat. I like the fall, autumn. That's one of my favorite seasons because it's comfortable. It's not too hot. It's not too cold.
Yeah, I've got. Right.
Sorry,
right now it's cool though. I ain't gonna lie. Sun's gone down a bit. It's nice and cool right now, boy. The fan on.
It's supposed to rain tomorrow.
So they say. Supposed to have lightning showers and thunder and all that,
supposed to rain for like 3 days or something, innit?
Yeah, we'll see how accurate this thing is. But I've got a point, yeah. Kind of off topic, but everything, if you know how to bring it full circle. But we got this big fight coming up at the weekend, AJ and Usyk.
Mystery, is that this weekend coming now?
Can you believe it?
Wow.
And this is the point, like no one don't even really know about it. Too tough.
I thought it was Chris Eubank and Nigel Benson fighting.
Yeah, that's a couple of. I think that's next month.
Yeah, no, that's later on. Oh, but listen, though. So what? I thought Usyk was in Ukraine fighting. Like what? What happened?
What, he's been in training camp for however many weeks. Is the war even still going on in Ukraine? Like,
That's what I'm saying.
did the war actually start in Ukraine, or was it just a little argument? Who knows, man?
Yeah, like I thought he was like really in the field, and that's why he couldn't. And you know what I mean? It wasn't. It looked like he just came back just in time. Like,
Apparently, Loma's still out there in the fields, Lomachenko, but Usyk came back. But
so
everyone
to do the fight, I suppose. Yeah.
yes, but they're having the fight in what do you call it? In the Arab country. Yeah. It's the second time AJ's going out there, and their opinion is that they're looking to build something in the Middle East when it comes to sport, massive sporting events and so forth. So
they've been working on that because the UFC have been working. The UFC have been doing events over there and themselves there. So,
but I've also noticed I've never been to Dubai or none of them places. But
what's that other place? At the not near
Abu
Dubai.
Dhabi.
That's it.
Abu
Yeah,
Dhabi.
UFC have got a thing set up there.
So what really
Okay, so wait,
goes
clue
on
me
over
in.
there?
So clue me in? So because I don't know who you all are talking about. Is this out there?
So go on, P.
What you say, Foxy?
No, so I don't know who you talking about. AJ, you said.
AJ meant to be fighting Usyk again, isn't it? Second time round.
Anthony Joshua.
So is this what type of fighting? Is it boxing?
Boxing.
Oh, okay. And now he's from out there where you guys are in the UK?
Yeah, he's from the UK. Not where I'm from, but he's from the UK, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't watch boxing. I'm more into well, your football is different from my football.
Yeah, I don't even watch football. I can't stand football. Oh man.
No,
yeah, I kind of be tired from watching it. My cousin hit me up and he's like, "Oh, it's preseason and so is playing this team," and I'm just like, I'm so done with the football. Like I can't even.
Yeah. But what was you saying, Mystery, though, about this? What was your question about the fight again?
Yeah, so basically, obviously, it's the heavyweight fight, heavyweight champion of the world. And so forth. Yeah, it's heavyweight. It's a big event, massive event.
Right.
For those who know, I guess. But as P was saying, they got UFC over there. I know that a lot of the grime artists, a lot of the rap musicians and so forth, they go over there and rave it out and so forth. So I'm thinking, hold on. As far as I knew, over there was a very strict country where you're not supposed to drink, you're not supposed to listen to certain type of music because of the religion.
Where are you talking about? Dubai?
Middle East, yeah.
No, it's not like that. Don't you see all the UK man going over there getting drunk and getting into fights?
That's what I'm saying. That it never used to happen.
I don't know because I never used to live there, so I wouldn't know.
As far as I know, Middle East is Dubai, Abu Dhabi. These are serious countries. It's a Muslim country.
Well, I heard that you can get arrested for kissing a gal on the beach.
There you go. That's my point. So it seems like there's a big shift going on. Maybe it's too early for people to really notice.
Maybe the city is just showing its true colors, bro.
There's something's happening because
we're sitting there right now saying that they're really, we know that their laws are kind of serious and whatnot, but yet they're still shitting on girls, bro. So I don't know, man.
They're still shitting on who?
Females.
Oh, right, exactly.
So I don't know how to look at it. You know what I mean? I don't know how to.
Yeah, it just makes me wonder. Like what's really going on in front of our eyes, sort of thing.
But it's the same thing as certain religious cults, isn't it? They show a good face, like they're this and that, but behind the scenes,
they treat their women like freaking dogs.
You understand?
So,
and they have no rights. No rights.
So if we put all these rules and all this time for doing that and that will make the people think that the country's a safe place to come and visit. and then they spend money, but really behind the scenes is madness.
I think they're kind of being. I think that it seems to me like they're slowly becoming more westernized because women are driving out there now. They're doing, things are really
they're going
changing out
to
there.
the universities and getting degrees, and which is good, which is great. I mean, they should be,
But this is the thing.
They're human. They're not property. They're human beings.
But could it be a countermeasure kind of thing? Because the West might know that they're falling, they're saying, look, we need to expand. Or could it be the East know they're falling and they're saying, no, we need to, if you can't beat them, join them?
I think that's the one. You can't beat them, join them.
Yo, big up Daniel Williams, my brother. If you want to jump on the links, scroll up.
So obviously the East believes in the battle and they're saying that they're having to join the Western ways.
Well, listen, they have the fast food in those countries, right? And I think when all that went down with Ukraine, they said, "Oh, we're going to shut down the Starbucks and stuff." So that's a United States store, company, organization. So yeah, I feel like it's like, if we can't beat them, as much as they detest it and they don't want to follow along, it's like, listen, you're gonna have to. At the end of the day, listen, you want things to happen, you're gonna have to follow suit, or you're gonna get lost in the way.
Or could this be? Or could this all be something in the way of trying to keep the African nations down? Because Africa is also on the rise.
Certain parts, certain countries are,
certain countries within Africa. But just on the nation as a whole, I'd say they're on the rise when it comes to films and music.
Especially the music.
Yeah, they're really taking over with that music, though, isn't it, Mystery?
Yeah.
From when you start seeing man them putting up playing music they don't even understand, that's when you know you took over music.
Right. I thought one guy was Jamaican and he's African, like Nigerian. I said, what the hell?
But my brethren pulled up to me, Foxy, singing the actual lyrics. He doesn't even know the language.
Right. That means we're universal and we dominate. But now they picked up on it and now they're gonna run it.
But it's everyone's turn, isn't it? It's everyone's turn, man.
To me,
turn, man. That's what makes the music. That's what makes the music, fresh. Starts again, and
Right.
Even if they are dissing Jamaicans in their lyrics, you know what I mean? Right.
Yeah.
To me, I know they are. To me, that's a form of what do you call it?
Vulture.
No, kind of like when someone gets possessed by a spirit and they start talking in tongues.
Oh yeah.
So when you're listening to, or when you're listening to music, or you're chanting, regurgitating music that you don't even know what you're saying, that's a form of possession to me. You've been possessed by the beat, by the tones, by the rhythm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could literally be saying anything.
Right.
If you don't understand it.
And I think, Brother Peniros, you'll probably know this, and BR, as far as like the frequency, the 808 frequency in the music, especially in the rap music, that they changed it. So everything is more low frequency. This is why we're getting so much death culture, so much drug culture in the music, is because they changed the frequency.
Yeah, we talked about that in the last show, remember?
Yeah. So that's another thing that plays a part with these upcoming artists. I don't know if they're aware of that and if they're consciously doing it or they're not.
They're not really. They won't be aware of it unless they're looking for it, and that's what the problem is. That's why research is so important. Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you're not looking for it, you ain't gonna bloody find it. You know what I mean?
Right.
And you know what? And we all know that 808 does sound very nice in certain tracks. You know what I mean? The bass sounds nice, but there's a bigger thing behind it.
Right. And if you hear that, and then you're hearing what the person's saying, it's like, wait a minute, what?
So what? Sorry, what is 808?
It's a bass line, megahertz. Yeah.
Okay.
That's like the deep. When you hear the deep bass lines in the tracks, it's usually 808 drum, and then obviously on the 808 drum, there's a certain amount of keys you can use on that drum to make it deeper and deeper and up and up. I'm just talking that music editing talk right now.
Like 808 is a bass line, or is it a rhythm?
Yeah, like for example, if you used to go on, well, I'm not gonna say
frequency.
that's if you was to go on Pro Logic or something like that, and you was making a little beat, yeah. If you go into the options, it was 808 would be one of the deep sub basses for the track.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. There's more as well, but 808 is just one of them, which is used a lot. You know?
Right.
Okay.
And so it brings the you know, and if somebody who's like intuitive or empathic, or they're on that chakra frequency, they could be susceptible to it. So it's basically dealing with that root chakra energy. So you'll hear a lot of low, you know, the base root chakra is, you know, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, right? So you're not in your God's frequency when you're hearing that type of music. You're wanting to either have sex, you know, being promiscuous, being on drugs, you know, or just being a knucklehead in society. Right, i.e. the drill rapping, that's where that's coming from, that type of frequency that's being played.
I don't think it comes from the drill rap though, because
I'm giving an example. I'm giving an example as far as like what the frequency, like to understand the if you want to hear what that 808 and how that kind of sounds, listen to some of that drill music, and that's like that. It's just, or even Extension, like he had some music that was just like really low, deep, dark. You know,
no, they all do it. They all do it. Kevin Gates, all of them, they all do it. Right.
But you know, the language that we speak is the same. It does the same thing. But maybe just a bit subtler. But when we speak the English language, we use a certain tone that's different to, I don't know, an African.
No, the worst thing about the English language is that it's bloody a spell, isn't it?
That's my whole point. So us phrasing certain words, saying certain words. It's doing the exact same thing. It's knocking our vibration and it's causing an effect. And the music just heightens it.
Like, what do you mean? So what do you mean exactly?
So basically, the people that die at the earliest in the world, the one, or should I say, how can I rephrase this? People that speak the English language die the youngest worldwide.
That's interesting.
So you
say that again, mystery. Sorry, Papa. Say that again, please.
So you see, like they say, Asian people live long because of their diet, or Mediterranean people live longer because of their diet. People that speak the English language, whatever country it is, if you speak the English language, your death, the age of death is lower than any other country.
You know what? From what I know about the English language and the knowledge that I know about it, I could probably agree with that.
And that's what I'm saying. It's the tones and it's the vibrations of using this language that doesn't work with our natural essence.
Has anyone ever asked themselves why we're using the English language so worldwide? Why is that the most powerful language?
Exactly. It's not the most commonly spoken, but it's
now it is.
I think because there's more people in China, I believe it is. It's China, and then the next one was Spanish. I think came after China. Mandarin.
No. I'm sure the English language is the most common language, brother.
Yeah. Because I've been watching.
Come on now.
But it's not the most spoken. Okay, so for instance, the McDonald's M sign is more commonly is known by more people than the Christian cross.
Oh wow.
So
because people. Yeah, there's more people speaking English.
I don't agree with that. I don't think the McDonald's sign's more noticeable than the Christian cross. I don't agree with that still.
Boy,
it probably right next to it.
Everyone knows what a Christian cross is, bro. Like,
And everyone, more people
then
know
again,
what the
you might
McDonald's
have me there
double
still.
M sign is.
You might have me there still because the kids them know about McDonald's.
I'm telling you. So this is what I'm saying with the English language. That's why when we look at certain things, we have to look at it from as many angles as possible. And that's why most time I come on the show and I disagree with certain things.
Know what the McDonald's M's are.
Sorry?
I said they might know, like the M sign, the McDonald's sign, I would say is probably up there as high as a cross. Like it's the symbol for a cross.
It's higher. It's more known than the cross. I tell you what,
that's crazy.
The most stolen book is the Bible.
Yeah, I heard that before.
If you involve everyone on that content, like the youths them and that, it's kind of crazy still.
So what I'm saying, so when you involve the youths them and that in the content of speaking the English language, it's not the most spoken language. It might be the most powerful. Yeah. But there are more people. I think it's because there's more people that speak Mandarin. There's billions of people in China or wherever it is that speak Mandarin and so forth. And then Spanish is another one because the French, let's say the French students, they're learning to speak Spanish and other German students are learning to speak Spanish. I think Spanish came second and then English might have been third. I might be wrong, but at some point that was the case and I was quite shocked. Just like Mohammed is the most common name in the world.
Is it?
So Latin, it would be Latin. They would speak because Latin is some of the words the French and some other European countries. It sounds very similar. So like I don't speak Spanish fluently. I understand it. And when I was listening to some, I think it was in Benin, in Africa, I can hear him speaking French, but his own town's language as well. And French sounds somewhat like Latin. So it's all intertwined. But they know how to speak English. They may not speak it properly, but they know how to speak English.
Yeah, of course, because it's a powerful language. It's the most powerful. But even within the English language, there's Latin words. So again, well, you know what I mean? When we look at things from a different perspective, it gives us a better understanding, maybe.
Wait, what does Sean say? Africa.
Hey, big up Grants, man.
Big up Prince.
Big up Grandad. Grants. That's my boy. That's my boy, Sean Pinder. Still, that's my school. That's my school brethren, man. I used to go to school, and it's my brethren now. Yeah. Big up Miss Williams. Yeah. Blessings for passing by. Blessings for passing by. See you on the next show.
Yes, she's been dropping some good knowledge down there as well.
English language is a combo of many other languages, simple, dynamic, basic, and generic. It is simple as hell, isn't it? When you think about Chinese writing. Or Latin.
Well, I'll tell you another thing is if your child has English as its first speaking language, then it finds it harder to learn any other language than any other non-speaking child. So from you learn English as your first language, you're gonna find learning another language a lot harder.
Hey Grants, jump on, man. Jump on. Hit that link.
So growing up, so my mother's family, third born American, but on my mother's side, they're Jamaican. And my biological father is Cuban. So I as a baby from the time that I could start speaking up until about the age of 5 years old, I spoke fluent Spanish. And then English was my second language. So my mom puts me into this babysitter who was from Guyana. No, she wasn't from Guyana. She was from what's the other island there in the Caribbean? Not Grenada. But anyway, it starts with a G. Guyanese.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ghana. Guyana.
So, but,
Guyana.
Yeah, she's from Guyana. Yeah.
right. So she spoke proper English and tells my mother she can't come here until she starts speaking English because I don't understand what she's saying. And I think I mentioned this before on this platform, but yeah, she basically buck broke me into English because my mom was like, "Listen, I don't have a choice. I need somebody to take care of my daughter while I'm at work." And she kept hounding me with words and putting me in front of Sesame Street. And you know, I was so well at speaking and writing in English that I got into the first grade with no problems because, you know, this woman did that. But it's so, you know, it's a disservice. I think that we should know many languages because most of these other countries do. And, you know, English is like their third or fourth language, while for most of us, it's our first language. And then we're like, what? We don't understand what other people are saying. So we really need to pick up, especially I am definitely my go-to bucket list is to speak Aramaic. I want to learn that. But yeah, definitely we should be speaking other languages as well, or it's just a little bit to, you know, get us by.
I think as Black people, I think that's probably one of our major problems is, you know, finding a language to speak. Exactly.
But we spoke Aramaic. That's why I'm saying if we speak the old language, that's our true language, or one of the true languages. You know, and then other things are like signs and symbols. Not everything is in a you know, a word per se. Some things are just, you know, there is no word for it. And you know what I mean? So it's like weird that everything they just did. It did some real wicked stuff on the Black people. So, you know, the quote unquote Black person, because we know nothing. It's like we have amnesia. Like it's like this mind control. It really like messed us up in the head. Like we have PTSD.
And this is my
man, keep killing each other, so they definitely done something.
And I think this is my thinking. I think until we find a language, we're never going to unite.
Nah, I think it's definitely going to take more than that to reunite.
Yeah, it will do, but I think do you know what I mean? That's to me, it's just the same battle.
Yeah, these guys out here chasing money like it's a joke, bro. They don't care about that. They don't care about having the same language. They want to feed their kids, bro. They ain't care about that.
This is why that's why we're always gonna be on the bottom.
No, we're not, man, because my creator's gonna come and deal with the situation, bro.
Yeah. Until then, then, we are.
No, you don't have to say that. You don't have to believe that. But I'm just saying, like.
No, I honestly, I believe the same. It might come in a different form, or what have you. But no, I don't believe nothing would change until the Most High.
Yeah, I personally think it's gone too far now. It's gone to a different level of like I always say, the whole world is like Sodom and Gomorrah, and we know what happened to Sodom and Gomorrah, right?
Right.
But the whole world's like that now.
Yeah.
No president, nothing that's gonna change unless they give the people them $1 million a year. It ain't gonna change nothing. And if they give the households 100 or 200K a year, it ain't gonna change nothing.
Oh, and even then, it will only change for a certain amount of time. And negative is negative. That's why when was it Schiffel was saying about getting paid back reparations, like that's not going to get us anywhere. That's just going to make things worse. I can guarantee you that now. If Black people were to get paid back for slavery, for one, it wouldn't be all Black people because not every Black man was in slavery or family was in slavery. So that alone would cause an argument. Let me tell you this: if we got paid back reparations, it would be a madness, absolute war.
But why do you keep putting messages? Hey, WTT, what's with the little messages and all that? If you're trying to be funny, I'll just block your messages, innit? Okay. I'm going to carry on, people.
Yeah, I think he's just like responding like, wow. And like he's, you know. So yeah, you know, that whole thing about reparations is
I mean, what?
I don't want to laugh at it, but it's just like that's not going to be working, you know, because not everybody is. Yeah, you're gonna have to prove who can you prove? Who can you show documents? Where can you get documents to show that your family was a slave? They know this. That's why they're laughing. Like, yeah, they keep dangling the word around us. But how do you really prove it? How do you show them that your ancestors were slaves or not? Some can. Some definitely have some documents, especially in the United States and in North Carolina, in the South, where they were brought to. Yeah, they can show that. But everybody else, that's going to be hard.
Listen, black people was finding it hard to show documents that they were legally came to this country in the Windrush saga. So for us to be able to prove slavery business, it's long.
Right. And guess what? They're not going to it's not going to come in money. See, that's what's not going to happen. And if you want to get reparations, you have to come up with a floor plan as to what you're going to do with this money. Right? Because even though, you know, supposedly some of the slaves or the ancestors, they built up certain countries.
1 second, please, Foxy, yeah? They built up certain countries. Yo, Craig's one, can you please not write comments about them type of people like that in my comment section, please? Because they will block you. Yeah? Hey, people, I just want to let you know something, yeah? Say what you want in the comments, but don't go too crazy because they will block the video over the comments. All right, blessings, man. Continue.
And this is a teaching platform, so we gotta respect.
It don't make sense you dissing thingies in the comments, bro, because there ain't none of them people here anyway. So but yeah, continue.
Yeah, so we have to come up with a floor plan, right? And no one really, most so-called Black people are not financially literate. And therefore you have to come up with a plan, because they're not just going to give you money. And if these people think that they're going to get money, that's a joke. You rather want to have land. You want to have if your ancestors or your great-great-grandparents had their land in their name, get that back, right? But if you're looking for all this cash money, they're not going to give it to you like that. That's what the so-called stuff they were giving us during the pandemic. Stimulus. That's your reparations.
Even if they was to give us cash money, they know that within a few years, within a few generations, it would all be gone anyway.
Right. But leave it up to us. Let us do that. Like they still want to control and dictate how they're going to allocate the money. Let us deal with it. If we blow it, then we blow it.
Yeah, we blow it, mate. We sure would blow that money. Let me tell you. There'll be yard restaurants, there'll be hair nail shop.
Doing dumb shit, getting dumb shit.
Grills, studios.
Right. All this stupid as they call it, niggerish shit. All this dumb shit you're gonna spend all your money on. When you should be building.
The only thing you could spend it on, okay, realistically, all right, let's be real here. What could we spend that money on that would be worthwhile?
So we need to have our own teaching institute. We need to have our own medical institute. We need to have our own vocational institute and get some land.
And how much money do you think it's going to cost to not just get it, but to sustain it?
To sustain it. I mean, of course, that would be in the millions or billions, depending on,
billions.
You know, how billions, yeah.
The first thing you would have to do is get the right people around you. That's the first thing.
This is it. And this is where I'm saying we mess up. We'd mess up at the first hurdle, because man's like, listen, I'm going on holiday first. I just got my money. I was
Right.
telling it to kind of light-hearted, but it's real. That people, you know what I mean? Unfortunately, we have to face facts, and I believe, that we have to kind of face facts, and we realize that we ain't never going to get together like that.
No, not all of us. Not all
think
of us. And I don't really want to be with them either. I don't want, because they're going to set. There's some of those people are going to set us back. So no, we shouldn't. This whole thing about we should all unite and get together. It's not completely. It's not realistic.
Right. So then
we would like to have that.
So then I asked the question: if there's people within our own culture that we couldn't really unite with and we wouldn't want to unite with, is there people in other cultures that we could unite with?
Possibly, yes. But we first have to, as they say, clean up our own backyard, right? So before we start making deals and doing other things with other cultures, we still have our own work to do. And even though that's the problem. If we can't get along with each other, how are we going to do it with other people? Yeah, we do that now. We talk about each other and degrade each other, right? But when it comes to any other culture, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, hugs and they're so cool. But you don't want to work with your own brother and sister. So why don't we talk to each other first? And if we can't really get the ball rolling, all right, I'm going to still kind of stay within and work within my community, as they say. And then when I can't and we can't get any resolution, then yes, I would probably go and seek outside of that. But I'm going to still kind of work hard within my own first. And see how we can get this ball rolling, because for too long we've been dependent on others, or not dependent, but we're always getting a leg up with advancement with others. So why can't we try this with ourselves? And again, not with everybody. It's not going to work that way. But it's we ourselves have PTSD. We're traumatized, so we don't trust each other, but we trust others. Or some of us do, right? We gotta, that's what I said. You gotta clean up your own backyard first before you start going out there and dabbling with other people.
Yeah, it is what it is right now. But the whole competition thing is what destroys everything as well. There's a lot of things why people won't get together. I could tell you about 1,000 different things. But mostly, I think there's a serious issue with them. I don't trust anybody. I only trust the Most High. The Bible strictly says, "Do not trust a man." You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly. That part.
Yeah. So and people it's hard to trust certain people in certain things. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
But you know what it is? Sometimes in life, man, you got to take a risk, but you just don't get nowhere. You take a risk all the time anyway. So it's like.
Yeah.
The same risk that you're taking, getting yourself locked up or business financial risk that you're taking, because like some of this Bitcoin stuff and all this, it's all risk, innit? Everything's a risk, you know what I'm saying? So
exactly.
Why not put that risk into your own people, innit? Basically, innit? But it's a sad situation, but I personally feel we've gone past that point. And it's not necessarily just our fault why we've gone past that point. You know what I mean? The entertainment sector, the Hollywood sector, the social media sector has all helped play that part of segregation. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So, everyone wants to stand on that. You know what I mean? So it's a sad reality, but it is what it is, man. You know what I mean? You're a mystery, you're backstage, yeah, but I can't bring you back in for some reason. It's not letting me bring you back in. So what you might have to do, I don't know if you're just chilling backstage doing something, but he hasn't got the option to add you to this stream. So go back out and come back. All right, he's doing it now.
Yeah.
Right.
And here's the other thing for those who are listening as well. So it may sound that it's selfish, but because like Brother Peniros said, some of us it's gotten so much out of hand and out of control and so far down the lane that it's a moving object and we got to just let it roll. You're going to have to take account for yourself. Don't look for saviors. Don't look for leaders. You govern yourself and your family, right? And if you can get certain like-minded people that are on that same page and goals, fine. But at the end of the day now, we are all for ourselves. And that may look selfish to others. But guess what? We have to now. Because, again, if I'm down, right? Whatever it is, physically, mentally, right? But my family depends on me. Somebody's going to have to pick up the mantle, right? Brother Peniros is going to have to, okay, Foxy, we can't, you can't do this. I can't, not that I can't depend on you right now, but because you're down and out, I'm going to have to take the lead, right? I'm going to have to take the reins. Let me, and that's how we do. We work with each other. Only those that we can work with, but for the most part, and that's how we do. We work with each other, only those that we can work with. So yes, it's gonna have to look a little selfish at the moment, but we have to get ourselves right, mentally, spiritually, and financially, physically even,
So you do meditation a lot, Foxy?
I do. It's just another form of prayer, if you want to call it that.
No, meditation is good, man. Really good.
Yeah, it definitely calms you down. It helps, release anxiety that you're having and just kind of puts you in a different state of mind, and you feel good. If you walk out, you do some meditation in the morning, it sets your tone, it sets your day. And, you can kind of move a little differently when you do that.
Yeah. Have you done any like meditational videos, like they're showing people how to do it, what type of stuff?
No.
You're not really into that one day.
No, yeah, that's not my thing. And I also do yoga. I haven't done it in a while, but those are not my strong points. They're kind of just more of my own personal things that I do. And I don't want to misguide somebody if I'm not doing it correctly, because to me, what I'm doing, I think I'm doing right, but I don't want to give anybody that. And they're like, yeah, well, I saw it with somebody else and they were doing it this way. And I was just like, yeah, you go ahead and learn it from somebody else. But it's definitely helpful. It definitely helps clear the mind, body, and soul.
Yeah, and that's why it's important to eat good as well, because it probably wouldn't work properly if you didn't eat.
Absolutely. You can't wolf down some Burger King or McDonald's and do this meditation. I mean, you can. So some people, they can be spiritual inclined and they can be eating all kinds of whatever, right? They still know how to get in tuned and tapped in with themselves. But if you're on this diet of eating clean and eating, as they call, healthier, it definitely does something for your body when you're doing that and incorporating meditation. You definitely you're in tuned and tapped in with the God frequency, if you will, right? And you're just getting in tune with yourself. But too much of anything, I say, is no good, right? So people drink and they smoke and they, whatever. They still get tapped in. They still kind of do that meditation and they still can do it. And I'm like, wow, okay. So, we don't want to have this misconception. I mean, Buddha or whoever was doing it on a clean mind and they fasted. So that's what you want to do. And that's what I do. I do intermittent fastings throughout the day. So in the morning, I'll have my water. I'll take my sea moss vitamin, and I won't eat until noon. I'm having something a little bigger, and then dinner time is by 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. And then I'm not eating again after that. I may have some small snacks, but I'm drinking a lot of water in between, and I'm not hungry. And I don't think about it. And so it's mind over matter. You want to have less food in your body, because, physically, if you're eating a burger 2-3 times a day, or not 2-3 times a day, but out of the week, and then you have a steak, realize that doesn't break down completely in your body. It takes about 7 days to be broken down into your body. Now you're eating chicken wings in the middle of the week, and then you're going to eat pork chops at the end of the week. So you got all this meat in your body that's not being broken down completely. And
you're not
this
having
is
no
why,
colonics.
say that again, brother.
They're not getting no colonics.
Exactly.
That's the only thing that can get it out, really. The whole
Yes,
stuff.
it's just sitting there. It's sitting there.
Yeah, sitting there rotting. See, like when you throw your food in the bin and the bin starts stinking outside, bro.
Yeah.
That's what's in your stomach, man.
And then you can smell it through your pores,
fish, you know,
and your breath.
Yeah, in your breath. Certain girls down there,
Yeah, so they need to be eating, ladies, you need to be eating more pineapples.
Yeah, you gotta be careful what you put in your body, man. Your pH levels might mess up, man.
Right. Yeah. So women, you gotta, with the fruits, definitely pineapples, coconut water, alkaline water, where you can put a lemon in your water. This helps keep your pH down there, up to par. But however, if you got your pH pretty good, and then you're having, intercourse and relations with a man that's not on that same level, you're going to get this odor because they're not clean. And meaning, not that they have any sexually transmitted diseases, but because their pH balance is not on par with yours, it's going to cause conflict within your, down region, vaginal area. So it's going to smell funky, right? So if I'm eating pineapples and I'm eating pretty much a clean diet, and my husband, who still eats meat, we have this problem. And I'll be like, listen, don't touch me until you start taking the sea moss. I swear to God, I'll be pushing that sea moss right as soon as he wakes up. Here you go. Like, we gotta stay on top of it, because I'm not doing that with you.
You gotta be on point these days.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I'm carried away with the fast food, man.
Yeah, and he still likes to eat, he'll eat ribs, and I don't cook it, so if we're ordering out, or, the only thing I still eat is poultry, chicken and turkey, but that's maybe twice a week. Most of the time, we're eating very small little meals, and, I cook a lot of, I try not to put too much meat into my diet. So it's more beans and vegetables, rice.
Yeah.
A lot of water, though. I'm telling you guys, water that will sustain your life. You don't need to eat every day, but you need to drink water every day.
Yeah, you people out there, if you're still drinking fizzy drinks, man, I don't know what to tell you.
Is that soda?
Yeah, soda. If you lot are still drinking sodas, dilute drinks bad enough because it's concentrated, but that's not too bad because you got a bit of water in there. But if you're drinking fizzy drinks like Coca-Cola and stuff like that,
right? Pop.
Good luck to your insides. Because the sugar levels and the acid levels are ridiculous.
Right. And your pH balance is going to be off. Tells signs that you're having some kind of clog or
yeah, your body's trying to tell you something. Yeah, your body's when you're underneath, you're smelling like that. Your body's trying to tell you something, people. Like, help me
also
out
when you break out in your face, like where your cheeks, the cheek bone area, if you start, or around your mouth, if you start seeing pimples or acne there, that's letting you know that your liver, you need to detox your liver.
Yeah.
So you gotta just try to incorporate more water and be conscious. Maybe set an alarm on your phone that says, okay, get a bottle now. Some people will just go throughout the day and not drink water. They'll grab, a fizzy pop or soda before they'll grab that.
I know someone like that.
That just grabs.
He's not around me because he can never be around me doing that all the time. But the guy told me he don't like water. One of my friends from East Side, he just doesn't like water.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't have any taste to it. Da, da, da. I'm just like, ugh.
Yeah, he ain't too smart either. Maybe that's why.
Maybe, but this is, education. That's when it comes in. And, I'll tell you this, I'm going to be transparent. when I say every blue moon, because that is a true thing, every blue moon I will bring in a fizzy pop, maybe a little can or something, and that's it. But again, that's every blue moon. Most of the time I'm really drinking water.
Yeah, I drink so much water, it's ridiculous. I just, it's just my thing. Love it.
Yeah, and people, if you know, so how another telltale sign that you're not getting enough water is your urine is very dark.
Yeah. That's
yellow.
another thing as well. You just took the word straight out of my mouth.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that I like my urine to look clear.
Clear. Yeah.
And when you drink all them fizzy drinks and you drink all that, if your urine's not clear anyway, and it's always like that, you might have a situation.
Right. You definitely need to get checked out.
Yeah, you might have if you keep going to the toilet every day and it's always like
dark yellow, orange,
past the mark, like, you know what I mean? You might want to go and get checked out, or just start drinking water ASAP.
Right.
Craig once said, I'm getting a drink of water.
You could tell from your sweat as well.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. How salty it is.
Yeah, there you go. It shouldn't be too salty.
Yeah, and right, Sean, exactly. And sometimes it doesn't even break down completely. So now you're adding more meat and whatever else, starch on top of what you've just eaten 2 days ago. That's why fasting, not only just for spiritual reasons, but for physical reasons, is good. And some people have this concept, I gotta eat. The doctors will tell you need to eat like 35 times a day. Smaller meals, No, I'm telling you, if you drink enough water, it's going to fill you up where you're not going to even think about it. If you incorporate sea moss into that, sea moss takes away that hunger, that craving. So if you're definitely looking to lose weight, that's a good thing. But to get your body right, you don't need a lot. You don't need to eat every day, but you need water. We need that to live, to sustain ourselves. We don't even really listen. We could probably just breathe in the air and be breatharians and eat that way. Like we really, I've done it. I've gone like almost a whole day and not eating, just drank water, do my little fruits and seeds and snack on that and stuff. And I'm not even hungry. And then when I eat, I don't even eat big portions anymore. I really don't. I mean, and yeah, I'm 125 pounds, but I'm a little thing, and I've always been like that, but I'm not losing anything and I'm not gaining anything, but I'm not, you know what I mean? Like I don't have all that poison in my body either. So my mind is clear. I think better. My pineal gland, my third eye is open, Well,
you got to think some of the biggest animals in nature don't eat meat.
Right.
So, you know what it is? It's what our bodies have been accustomed to over the years.
Right.
Because we've grown up on meat, we've got a taste for meat. And our body also has an urge for it as well. It's a mental thing. It's not just the fact that we eat it.
Yeah.
It's a drug. You could be talking about a drug right now.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Like heroin.
Yeah, because it has dopamines in it, endorphins and all that other stuff. And so when you think, I'm craving, like sometimes I'll crave chocolate, right? And then you have to look up, why is your body, what is it that it's missing why are you craving chocolate? So you're having a mineral deficiency. So then you need to look up what kind of fruits or supplement you can take that will take away that craving of the sugary milk chocolate as opposed to the dark chocolate, which is healthier, or cocoa. Right. Exactly. So we have to really do it. Yeah, that's what I'm like, listen, we have to clean up our own backyard before we could start sitting up there and exchanging business with other people. Like, you can't even get your health together. Your piss smells, you're smelling like pork chops, but you're worried about getting the bag. You're gonna die. You're not even clean.
You're not gonna live to spend it.
Not exactly.
This is why when I was asking what would we spend the money on, this reparation money, I was thinking that the one and only thing I could think of was health. was
Right.
healthcare. I don't think right now nothing else really matters.
Exactly. But if you get your land and you start doing, you know, farming and agriculture, this is what keep us, you know, out of
Part of
having
health.
to have.
You know what?
Exactly.
It's a very good point you made there, Mystery. It's really crazy because that's how the world is set up. There's a lot of things we just don't need and we have them, and that's what's kind of destroyed the planet, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's our fault.
It's a form of mental slavery. You know, if you know you have a choice of 5, you're going to be upset when you can only choose from 2, and you're not going to be able to help that. It's hard for you to then overcome the other 3 that you knew you should have had a fair choice from, or that existed for you to have a fair choice from. So, you know, because we know chocolate exists, because we know sugar exists, salt exists, fast food exists, it's so hard not to, you know what I mean, to tell your brain anything different. That's why they say ignorance is bliss, because what you don't know, what the brain don't know, the heart can't feel, so to speak. So again,
and what you don't know won't hurt you. Remember hearing that?
Right, exactly. So you know what I mean, I think this is, again, it's a vicious circle that we're kind of facing. And there was a comment earlier, can't remember the lady's name, but she was saying basically we need to just find our connection with the Most High and stay blessed with family and loved ones.
Yeah,
you know, we can't fight. Yeah, this whole uniting everyone and culture and the black community, and that's all noise. You know, we've been singing this. Our grandparents were saying the same thing, however many years ago.
Exactly.
We're still here sitting having the same silly conversations.
Right.
But when people going to realize, you know, it does, like, you could tell the world, but only a certain breed of people are going to listen.
Right.
You know?
And you know what also bothers me is that, especially here, I don't, well, I guess in the UK as well, but I've been watching some of these people who are making these trips and pilgrimages to go back to the motherland. And we're moving back to Africa, and, you know, people in the United States are all about that. And they've been trying to do that with Marcus Garvey. And, you know, so here's the thing. While that sounds great and you feel like, oh, I can't be, you know, in the UK because the crime is up and it's gotten so expensive and so forth and so on. Same thing in the United States. Oh, we're going to move to Africa because it's freer, you know, the different countries there, we're one with the land. The same government that you are running away from is over there as well.
Exactly.
You can't run.
Maybe they paid Nas to say that back in the day.
Maybe.
And he got paid in one way, shape, or form. They all did.
I'm just like, listen, I'm going to stay right where I'm at. I may go and visit some places, but I'm not going anywhere.
It's not where you're from, it's where you're at.
That's it. That's it. That is it. I will go if I ever go to visit, fine. But these people, some of these people, and then I'm listening to them and I'm like, they never talk about what they do for a living. They're all, some of them will be like, oh, I'm, you know, a freelancer, or I do this, or I'm in education, or I'm going to school. And I'm just like, all right, I really want to hear who has a real regular job that you just uprooted your family and moved to Africa. Like, just moving from another town to another town is expensive. You just move, right? So, some of these people, and I've been binge watching it and watching it on YouTube and just listening to different people's, perspectives and moving over there. And they're like, everything is in their head is, oh, we're free. Yeah, but that's why they come over to the UK and United States thinking the same way. Oh, it's freedom over there.
It's all in the head.
Right.
It's all in your mind. So in my opinion, yes, go over there, visit. It's good to learn history, experience, and so forth. And cool, if you want to migrate there and stay there the rest of your life, that's cool. But understand that ultimately it's what's in your brain. It's not where you are. You know, and whereabouts in Africa exactly are we speaking? And
you
how
better come
So
many other people are they going to be on the same level as you? And which other countries or communities are you going to work with to trade and so forth?
exactly, because they're not really they're still looking at you like you're a foreigner.
Exactly. So wherever we go, we're foreign.
Exactly.
It's like whichever country we go, we're foreign. So it don't make no sense.
Right. But some
So,
people have this whole misconception in their head. They're living in la la land, fantasy land. Oh, I go over there, I'm free. I don't have no cops shooting at me. Listen, if you get robbed, the cops are not coming to you anyway. They might be in bed with everybody else, and you're the outsider. So, and you have nobody. These people go over there. They have no family relatives. They're all leaning on their little community in the townsmen. And I'm like, no. You don't have no family over there, and you're just like, oh, because you can't deal with the shit that you're dealing with back in home. There's this couple that's from the UK, and they left. They've been there for a year now, but they were sleeping in a tent because they had to wait for their house to get built, and they're sleeping in a tent right next door to the house. And I'm just like, for a year? So you claim you were homeless in the UK, sleeping in a car because you had issues with your family, and you now went over to this country with your small children, and have no family out there? No. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. But kudos to those who want to do it. Go ahead.
That's what it boils down to, you know, to each their own, really and truly. I think so long as we can, I think the aim is to find peace. And whatever you do, however you do it peacefully. Not bothering the masses.
Right. And freedom and peace is a state of being. And you can create that same peace in your mind.
Exactly. It all starts from within. Everything starts from within. Because there's people that are living in mud huts, playing with sticks, and they're at peace, they're happy.
Exactly.
They're a lot happier than people living in mansions. So if we know these kind of paradigms, if these kind of polar opposites exist, then, you know what I mean? I think that should tell us enough that we all need to start from within inside rather than, oh no, I need to go here or go there. And again, like I'm saying, it's fine. I'm not saying don't go back to Africa, but that's not the end of the journey.
Right. That's not the end all be all.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Life is the journey itself, not the country you're in.
Right.
And life is a state of mind, because you got one man with no legs, or sorry, you could have two people with no legs in two totally different worlds, two totally different planets. Same world, different planets. So again, you know what I mean? I really think mental state is a massive thing.
Exactly. And if you're not eating right and healthier or cleaner, you're good. That you're not going to be. You're going to be living on fear base. You're going to be living in this sunken place. You're going to be trying to run away from the cops and all this racism. And even if you're eating, like, listen, I had an experience with a brother that, you know, he's getting tired of the racism in America and so forth and so on, and, you know, the mistreatment and all that stuff, and this is Babylon and so forth, and, you know, go to the motherland. And that, I said, okay, sounds like you're running away. And if you can't deal with, I say you deal with the devil that you know, then you don't know. Okay, because over there it's a different type of element. And they themselves are prejudiced against each other.
Exactly.
So stop this idea of running away and deal with yourself.
Listen, if it's not racism, it's classism you have to deal with.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You're going to get caught in one of them boxes, regardless whether you're black, white, or any other color that you can think of. You're going to get caught in one of them boxes of either racism or classism. And it's for you to learn your way out or find peace with the room that you're in. I can't change the world, but I can definitely change my perception.
Exactly. Your state of mind. And then think about the people who are locked up, right? And they're doing 40 years or so, they're doing this long life sentence. Eventually they have to find some peace in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
And however it looks to them, they're doing it, right? And they don't have the freedom that you and I and everybody else on the panel that can just up and leave and go. They are being told when to shit, sleep, eat, and do it all over again.
There's people that are not in prison. There's people that are in prison in America and over here in England that have more freedom than some people that are not in prison. That's how crazy this world is. There's people that are having a more secure and better time because they're in prison than
right. They're guaranteed. Yeah, they're guaranteed a roof over their head, a bed, a cot to sleep in, as they call it, 3 meals and a cot.
Exactly, health checks, education. All right, you might have to fend off the odd bully.
Right.
But other than that, but that happens in life anyway, if you're in the wrong area. So again, it's a hard one, but it is all a state of mind.
Exactly.
Even if you are being bullied, because you know what I mean. You can't. If people are gonna do things, people are gonna do things.
Exactly.
So once again, you have to just check for who's checking for you. Try and spread the word. Hence, us having these kind of conversations on these platforms. Spread the word, and whoever wants to listen and jump on board, cool. You know what I mean? Right. That's another one saved, so to speak. And whoever doesn't, won't, never will. And I'm at peace with that. Just hopefully.
I mean, we're all not going to agree on it, but if you're talking, and you brothers are talking to me, and you're telling me some things that really, and because my mind is open, I may not fully go along with the program, but I'm going to take heed to what you're saying because it makes sense to me. Right. And I'm not going to be like, no, I'm going to be closed-minded to that. No, you guys have enlightened me. So that's the other thing. People should not, you're not so far removed that you can't learn from somebody else, from whatever it is. You were too quick to judge the next person, and you don't know what lesson they have in store for you that God has given to them to bring to you.
Yeah, I think I called it, I divide it as agreeables and disagreeables. And even if we don't agree, we still agree. And then some people that will just never agree regardless, even when they do agree.
Right.
So
they'll fight you. No.
Exactly. Even though they agree with what you're saying, they know it's true and they agree with it, but they're just disagreeable, just that way in nature. And that's the ego. I think that's the ego side that shows its head more than, because everyone's got an ego, but some control it a bit more than
bigger than others.
Yeah, I think, you know what? I think everyone's ego is the same size. I think it's just a control thing. You know what I mean? Because size, there is no limit to size, if that makes sense. There's no limit to space, and your ego can take you wherever you want it to take you. But some people know how to control their egos more than others. Hence people sitting in jail, hence people in certain jobs, hence, you know what I mean, certain kids being born, not being born, and hence where we are today.
Hey, would you say, oh shit, what am I gonna say? Oh, sorry, I'll take too long to say it, bro. Oh yeah. Hey, would you say that ego could be part of an insecurity also? Because there's a lot of people out there that have got egos and they ain't got nothing.
Yeah, of course. They use their ego because they're insecure.
Right.
So I think they're not sure about the good side, so they would use their ego because that's the louder, that's the more that side you can control more the people with more, if that makes sense.
So basically, you're saying when people put on their ego, they're not really being themselves.
They are being themselves, but they're choosing to use that side of themselves. We've all got that. That's what I'm saying. We've all got an ego. We're all the same, but they're choosing to use that side of themselves.
So some people know, so almost like an Incredible Hulk and a Bruce Banner. So he knows how to, he's trying to control the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah.
And he knows how to tame it at times, and at other times it comes out. That's what ego is looking like.
Yeah, to me. Because I think we've all got an ego in some way, shape, or form, but we just show it in different ways.
But you're saying there's no one bigger than the other. It's all about the same size if you look at it.
100%
that way.
It is. 100% it is. Because when it comes down to that lifeline, that's when we realize, oh shit, we are all the same.
Right.
Yeah. It's once again, I think it's our egos that make us think, no, one's bigger than this person's ego is bigger than it. Again, that's the ego talking. That's the ego side communicating. You know what I mean? When you sit back and look at it, you realize that it's like we look me and P look different sizes, but if you're looking at us from outside the box from a higher level, we're the same size.
Yeah.
But if you want to get up close and personal, then you know what I mean. There are differences. But on that bigger scale, we're just waves in the ocean.
This is another reason, not to cut you off, this is another reason why all this so-called racial tension and all this back and forth, when you realize that you are so much greater than that BS, this third dimensional crap that you're tethered to. Exactly. When you start to realize that you are just a peon in the grand scheme of things, you will humble yourself and realize
This is what I'm trying to say. I noticed a lot of the ego guys are the ones that ain't doing too well, man. Yeah, it's crazy when you put it like that, isn't it?
Yes, I'm telling you, listen, even listen, that's the thing. The ones with the egos are also doing well.
No, but you know what I mean. No, the ones with the terrible.
I get you. Like, I think what it is that some people with their ego, it puts them on blast. Some people make their egos put them in the limelight, and then we're really going to scrutinize them and realize that, hold on, you're not actually doing as well as you make out you are. And then there's some people who are doing well, and their ego shows it as well. So they match up to their ego.
Yo, bless up, Grant. Bless up, my brother. He's out of here, yeah? Say nothing. Jump on the next time, man.
Salute to Sean.
Listen.
Yo, Keisha said, since lockdown, I've seen two sides of the people closest to me. Yeah, you see a lot of things since then, man. When people get their feathered ruffled, man, they act a bit differently.
I loved it.
I like it, man. Yeah, I like it as well.
I almost wanted to happen again. I thought it was going to happen again. I'm like, damn it. Because that was a perfect opportunity for some of us, and some of us did take advantage of getting in tune with ourselves, finding out that this money, monopoly money, is not going to sustain you, and you need to find another avenue to get your bag, as they say. So it was a great opportunity for that time for us to get in tune and find other ways of getting money, being creative, and most, I have to say, the Black, so-called Black community really got into that. They, the kids, they started doing becoming like entrepreneurs and selling products and getting real crafty and making things by hand. Going into the digital world and getting into that whole financial thing. So I can't say that all Black people didn't take advantage, but especially the younger generation definitely got on board with doing that. So kudos to them.
Yeah, some Black people are locked up right now because of the advantages they took.
And then that part, they took full advantage and was like, oh yeah. So I don't blame them. I'm like, listen, go ahead,
hell
go for
no.
it.
Again, it's just being creative at the end of the day, and again, you know what I mean. Just know what room you're in. That's my argument. Just so long as you know what room you're in, you do what you're doing.
Right.
And again, if it don't affect, well, everything affects someone, but if it's not if it doesn't affect someone directly, then you know what I mean. I think we kind of have to draw the line somewhere.
Right.
So yeah, this is fair. This is fair game. So for instance, like benefit fraud and these kind of things, I don't really knock people that if they want to sit on their butts all day and claim dough, I don't knock that, to be fair. You know what I mean? If that's your standard, then that's fine. You crack on. You know, so most people that I've spoken to, you know, have something to say. Oh no, these scroungers and this, that, and the other. But again, the way I see it is that, I mean, everyone should know what room they're in, and if that's what you choose to do. I don't believe people on benefits affects me. I honestly don't believe if less people are on benefits, I would be paying less tax or things would be cheaper in the shops.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, so you guys have, it gets taxed out of your money as well?
They say it does. You know, I mean,
right,
they say so. But out of our tax money, and our national insurance money, that pays for policing, fire service, the ambulance pays for the benefits money. So yeah, in if that's the case, the more people that are in jobs, the less money we should be paying. But once again, I don't believe that's the case. So
no, they'll find another way to take that out of you.
Exactly. There you go. So to me, to each their own. If you can live like that, then crack on. And I'll tell you another thing. There's certain people living better on benefits than there are people that are working full-time jobs.
Trust me.
So don't blame the player. Blame the game.
I like that. You said "crack on." That's a cute little phrase. I'm gonna start using that.
Keep it push, you know.
Some people know how to deal with the system when it comes to the benefits. I've got a few friends, you know, they get everything paid for.
Yeah.
I got a friend that you know he got stabbed in his hand like back in the day. Like he got stabbed in his hand. He got rushed in the car, and he's actually dyslexic, and he actually used that from that day there. He's actually used that to get his rent paid. He gets checks from the government. It's crazy. So you know, certain people, you know, he's not doing it on a stupid scale like when you know, with that thing that you got over there, and you know, but he uses it. He doesn't take advantage of it, but he uses it to the. He's good on it. He's good on it. He's doing all right. And he does his little thing on the side, and that, and he's all right. You know?
Yeah, and that's the exception.
But who is the fool though? If you know, all right, then, not who's the fool, but there's people on there. Like I know people that are getting benefits because they've got kids and stuff, and they're getting more than certain men are getting paid a month. So how do we justify this then? How do we? So
what's that?
So I know people that are like have got children, you know, they're on benefits and they're getting more money than certain men are getting from job. So I'm saying that. So how do we look at that then? Like,
well, if they got more responsibilities.
No, what I'm saying is compared to someone that's doing a 9 to 5, like.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, if I'm doing a 9 to 5 and I got one child and someone's not working and they got 4 kids, then if they're getting more money from the social, then that's, to me, is what it is. Yeah, the only problem I would, this is the thing, this is where honesty and integrity, or whatever you want to call it, morals, values, comes into it. Because for that same reason is why people would then have children.
Right.
So you got women that were having children so they could get a flat, they could get a place to stay, an apartment.
Yeah, that's peak.
So this is where I think it goes a bit left.
Right.
You know, so where, yeah, if luckily you're blessed and you get pregnant, and then because that reason now you need a flat, fair enough, or an apartment, fair enough, but don't get pregnant because you need, or because you want, you see. So again, this is, unfortunately, this is the problem.
Yeah, that's the capitalist society that we live in, because they're gonna, if they can capitalize off of it, you know. And while somebody like myself who was working and I got a penny pinch the amount of food that I can afford, as opposed to seeing a woman with 2 shopping carts full to the brim of food and junk food and stuff because she's getting supplements. You know, it kind of it used to you know, burn my grind my gears, as they say. But and I know that some of these women do, you know, they use the system, you know, they will go on Section 8 and they got the government paying for their, you know, for their homes and housing and stuff, or they'll go into a shelter so they can get a nice apartment, and they'll lie and say, you know, I've been beat, I've been this, and you know, so they can, you know, get assistance right away. And I'm just like, wow, you know, like I could never, and sacrifice myself and go into these shelters just so I can have a nice apartment. Nah.
You know what? Again, you know, yeah, that's it. Because when they're sat in their nice apartment, having gone through all of that, you know what I mean?
Right.
They're in the moment, and it's, you know, does anything prior to that really matter? Does how they got there really matter? If they haven't harmed anyone?
No, if they haven't harmed anyone, but then but I don't know, because it's like you like somebody just said, I think correct, 9 to 5. You're doing all this, you're busting your behind every day, 9 to 5, but then you got somebody who's got assistance that most of these people don't. There's nothing wrong with them, and so that's where I have a problem, because I'm looking at these women and they're, you know, not for nothing, but some of them are fat and they got all this junk food in their shopping cart, and I have to watch what I get because I can't afford some of that stuff. And yeah.
But what? Just bear in mind what, as you said,
not hurting anybody. No, she's not hurting anybody. But
not even that. But what I'm saying is, bear in mind that your description of her, which was she's fat, and you wouldn't want to be fat. So that's one good thing. She's got loads of junk food in her trolley. So again, that's one thing you wouldn't want. So you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. Again, peace. I'm at peace with it, because ultimately they're doing what they're doing, and there's consequences to it, unfortunately, and that might fall on their children. It may not fall on them.
Right.
It may fall on their children or their children's children. You know. So I think what's the good thing about it is that we can then use that as an example to show ours.
Exactly.
So,
and you know what? My youngest is 15, and she's like, Mom, so how do I get involved in stocks? Like to invest, you know? So I was thinking about work, but I wasn't thinking about that at her age.
Yeah, no, that's the future right now.
Yeah, and you know, it's a great thing. And if we can learn a little bit, you know, I just turned 46, so I'm not completely financially literate, but you know, a little bit enough to kind of get by and work this, you know, work if I can work that system, you know, and look at what's you know, where to put my money in and where to not put it in and stuff. You know, that's what we need to be doing for our children, not saying, oh, you know, I'm on welfare and I'm on the government, and there's mothers, it's generational. Their mother had that apartment. The girl has the apartment now. Her daughter's gonna have the apartment, and she's got her grandkid running around in that house, and that's nothing for them. That's no thing.
Does it matter if they're happy?
I guess maybe for them, if they're happy, you know, I'm not looking at to see if they're happy or not. I'm just,
I'm
saying
thinking,
like,
is that
what are you
all that
teaching your
matters?
children? Is that all that you're giving them? Like, just to be generational on that? Is that all you want in life?
But if they're
And
happy,
if that,
but if they're
yeah,
happy,
if they're happy, then fine.
so the
But
only problem is if they're unhappy.
yeah, because they have a choice.
No, I get that. So what I'm just trying to break it down, like, so what we're saying here is that with that generational benefit family thing,
Right.
the only actual problem with it is if they're unhappy. If they're happy, fair play.
Right.
Is that what we're saying?
It would look like that, but I have news for you. I've been in those government offices, and those women complain all the time.
I've been in work and people complain. I've been in 9 to 5 and people complain all the time.
Right.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. Yep.
So
I don't
can you
even
see
think
what
it's
I'm
about
saying?
happiness. Yeah.
It's a
happy?
state. It's a state of mind.
Right. That's what it boils down to.
Mm.
One thing I will say, if someone's on benefits, now this can go both ways though, because there's people that do 9 to 5 that stay at their same position in 20 years. There are people like that, you know, mostly in retail, you know, stay on the same money sort of for a long time. But the only problem is in those sort of situations when the family is like that, if it does become a thing of a traditional type thing, that's very spooky. Secondly, you're always going to be on that type of money. There's never really no growth to what you're actually making. Do you understand what I'm saying?
What makes growth? Money?
Oh, most definitely. If you money and business minded.
No, I'm saying is that how we're measuring growth, by the amount of money you earn? Well,
what I will say is this: you have some people, bro, that get certain money but don't know what to do with it, right?
Yeah.
Now, if obviously we can't tell these people what to do with their money anyway, you know what I'm saying? But if it was a situation where they was getting benefits to make another side business opportunity, that's a different situation.
No, what I'm saying is that whether someone's making £50 a week or £50 a day, does that determine whether they're growing or not?
Depending on what they're putting in to grow, brother. You have to put. You can't just grow. You have to put something in. For example, if you're on, I don't know, level 1 electrical installation, or level 2, you might have that. But then you might be a certain amount of money, but then you might want to just drop all that and just be a surveyor and they get even more money. You understand what I'm trying to say? So that's growth. You have to learn these courses, do these courses and pass these tests for growth. So I was basically saying the only thing about the benefit situation is even though they do get a certain amount of money, they get a lot of money depending on how many kids, you're always going to be on that same type of money.
Exactly.
If you're relying on that money, on that level.
There's no growth there. So yeah, you might be happy or you might be content and comfortable, but that's it. There's nothing
and you're
else.
making enough money from the government where you can say to yourself, all right, can I put a mortgage down off of this money? That's the questions you have to start asking yourself, you know what I'm saying? But you know what it is though? Most of the people, not them people, because they're the same people as us, that are on these benefits and getting this type of money, then they don't really think about things like the ones that I've been around don't really think about moving homes and buying houses. They're more, they get into that stage of relying on the government a lot. So they'll rely on the council and things like that, you know? And they do get benefits out of it. The amount of different kids you can get, upgrade your rooms, and if you got a kid they say you can get you can get a car and stuff like that. You can get a car. You can get a car from the people now, even if the child's just got minor problems now. So it's actually it actually makes you think, innit? Is it structured that way to drag people into it? And if it is a thing, where it's an agenda, because when I was younger, they weren't getting money like that. When I was younger, my mum wasn't getting money for us what they're getting now. Do you understand? Trust me, yeah. So is it a thing of where maybe it could even be? And I see your point as well. mystery about being happy and whatnot. That's really, I don't really think that's the reason. I think it's more security. But is it a thing of where this could be an agenda then to keep people on a certain level? By giving them exactly what they need, but not too much.
Right.
Yeah.
There was I want to say it's called a universal, kind of like what they did with a stimulus. Did you guys get that stimulus money, or was that just for in the States?
Just in America.
It's funny.
Okay. So back in the, oh my goodness, maybe somewhere either between the 20s and the 50s, so in Oklahoma. So in the States, they did this kind of study to see if they put, you know, at the time it was more white people, and the white people moved out. They had the black people move in, but they gave them just a certain amount of money, a stipend. And they put, you know, they built houses for them and everything. And, you know, in the first year, they thrived because it was controlled. You know, they were doing a study. After that, when the black people weren't getting any more money, they started, you know, and the resources started to dry up. They started messing up, you know, their homes where they lived, the projects. And I think it was in Oklahoma. So they stopped doing the case study. They stopped, the government stopped testing the people, but they showed that, you know, if we give them a certain amount of money, we give them some time, yes, that'll work and it'll be fine. But when we start slowing up the money and the resources, they turn on each other. So yeah, I think that they do some of these things intentionally, so to keep us, it's a form of control.
Right.
And who doesn't want to feel, you know, I'm getting a check every month. It's guaranteed to me every month. There's no, if I didn't make a couple of hours, I'm not getting docked. Like, they know they're going to get this set amount every month. Some people are comfortable with that.
Because there's some people right now as well that have families and have kids, and they feel like it's not worth them going to work.
I was going to say yes, because it's not just the financial side of it; it's also the life work balance. There's people that, because the people that are on benefits, they get to take their kid to school, pick their kid up. They get a lot more time with the things that money can't buy.
Right.
Yeah.
Because if we're going to work for 8 hours and then we're sleeping 8 hours, that's 16 hours out of our day.
Exactly.
The traveling is going to take up another 8 hour of the day. So, and then we do that 5 days a week. We only get a break at the weekend when we're at our weakest, because we've done all our best at work.
Right.
Yeah, it's, you know what I mean?
It's like, so what time do you have for yourself?
Not
much.
So who's the real slave? People doing us doing the 9 to 5, or the people that are on benefits?
Right.
That's what I was trying to say earlier on, but I didn't want to say it like that. Like,
not to mention we're working to pay them people on benefits.
Right. You got to get up in the morning as well when someone tells you to.
Right.
You got to travel around people coughing and stuff in the morning.
Right. Putting yourself at risk.
Putting yourself at risk. Then you're paying for food and stuff when you go to the company. You still got to go to lunch and spend your own money on lunch.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, sometimes in certain companies you got to wear their uniform instead of wearing jogging bottoms and stuff like that.
Right, with name badges on and stuff.
That's a good thing. So that's a good thing, is you don't have to pay for clothes now. So that's one expense.
Yeah, but sometimes them clothes might not be that comfortable. So you got to wear someone else's clothes regardless if it's comfortable or not. Or you look like
you have to wear what you're told.
Or if you look like a complete goofy in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So these are and then at the end of work you got to travel back with the whole crowd again. Right. And then on top of that, you only another serious thing is when you're working 9 to 5. Not necessarily if you got your own business, but when you're working a 9 to 5 for someone's company, you're paying rent on your home, and you're only seeing your home for a few hours of the day.
Right.
It's crazy.
Paying so much for it. And even when you have your own business, the business has you more than you have your own business.
Depending on what it depends, yeah, depending on what level you're at. 'Cause if you get to the level where you got people working for you, then it's different. Because then there wouldn't be no point in people working for you, you know?
Yeah. Ultimately, yes.
So yeah, it's kind of crazy, man. Like you only see your house for a few hours of the day.
Right.
It's crazy.
But you're
Yeah,
paying just to keep. You're paying just to have this roof over your head, but it's empty. It's empty most of the day.
And once again, it's our egos what makes us decide, especially if you're at that level when you're buying houses. It's your ego what makes you decide what kind of house you want to buy.
Definitely.
Because half the space in the houses that people buy is not needed.
Nope.
No.
You know, so
that's for ego. That's for show. You want to have 4 bedrooms, and okay, if you got a lot of children and family, yes. But if you're just doing that and this you and your partner, and you got all what? Really?
Yeah. So So to me, again, things really boil down to a state of mind and having that mental strength. Because I'm not saying I wouldn't want to be in a position where I'm paying mortgage and so forth. But the main thing is that I have the mental strength to deal with whatever comes my way.
Right.
I don't want to get depressed. As people that are paying mortgages they're worrying about October, and I don't want to be in that zone. I want to be able to say, you know what? Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I'll find a way through. Me and the Most High, me and my people around me, you know what I mean? We'll be able to find our way through whatever the system wants to throw at us. Because as we were saying, it's designed to keep us controlled by giving us little bites, like the carrot at the end of the stick.
Exactly.
And every day we get up and we follow the same carrot, and we can't get there. So this is again why we're saying, what do we mean by growing? Like, just because this person can now afford a mansion where we started in a 1-bedroom flat, does that mean he's grown? Or does that just mean he earns more money?
That means that he spends more money.
Or or even that. You know, just because he used to drive a 20-year-old car, now he drives a brand new car, does that mean he's grown? Or does that mean he's just spent more money or earned more money or been given a car? You know, so what, you know, I mean, again, I think we need to really define and really come to our own conclusion as to what defines growth. And we've got to try not to get caught up with what everyone else defines growth as. You know, so I'm trying to be better than myself. I'm not trying to be better than the man next door, you know, or the person that told me that motivational.
Well, that's what the problem is, though, Mystery, because this where people get it misconstrued. They race with someone they're in a race with someone that's not got the same job as you, not making the same money as you, not paying the same taxes as you. And then they end up
in the same mind frame, not on the same page.
Right. And then you go and race yourself to go and look a certain way, and then next minute, you know, you're in flipping problems. You can't pay your bills. You can't. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's like you got to just be yourself, man. You got to just, you know.
But this is the thing. Where does the buck stop? Because so I can comfortably say I'm not a rapper. I'm not a musician that can rap. So I'm never going to be able to make $100,000 a show for rapping, like, or for doing my music stuff like Popcorn did the other day. So there's no point me wishing or living my life trying to get to that status through that means. I might be able to make $100,000 doing something else, but not through that. You know. So at what point do I say, okay, this is me? Is a teacher my highest level? Or can I say, no, I can be a headmaster. No, I can be a brain surgeon. No, I can be you know? At what point do we say, okay, at what point do we get comfortable? At what point do we put the ego down and say, look, this is me. I'm comfortable with who I am. Not what society says I should be.
But when you open your bills, man.
No, but that's my whole point. Them same bills. So that's my whole point. Not everyone can afford bills. Not everyone can afford Sky. Not everyone can afford internet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand?
Main thing is that people don't be. I can't tell people how to live at all, man. But what I can really say is this race for this money thing, you know, and looking at other people what they got. You just got to live for what you can do. You know what I'm saying? And
this is it. But what do we? Where do we?
We still do it back in the day, bro. Like, I used to buy mad Gucci loafers, like £500 and all that bullshit. We was actually spending like probably 4 or 5 mortgages a month on clothes. So it's like we just gotta like do better, innit? Like, and the thing is as well, Michelle, we done that at the worst time. Because we was doing that. Like, I see a message from Craigs who was saying. He was saying in this message, houses that cost 40,000 20 years ago, they cost 100. But over here, Craigs, is worse. Now they're 300, 400,000, 500,000, bro. 500,000. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when we were spending out our money,
from the States, or
we done that at the worst time we could have done it.
100%.
That was the worst time. Coliseum days and them days there, bro. That was the worst times we could have done that.
All right, so you know the wickedest thing is I see the same thing happening. All right, people are gonna fob it off just like you know what I mean. A lot of people fobbed off buying a house back in them days, but I see the exact same thing happening with this cryptocurrency thing. Same thing, an opportunity to get in on something that can take you out of certain situations, but people just don't believe in it for some reason. I've got other things to do. I mean, and then now we look back at it and we think, hold on a minute, I could have bought a 4-bedroom house for 100 grand, 120 grand. Like, no way. Now we would love to go back. You know, so again, this is why I say that the reparation thing and giving certain people money, it still wouldn't help because we don't know what to do with money.
Right.
But man went to the Gucci shop.
In our face. Yeah, there you go.
Man went to the Gucci shop and bought a belt buckle for like 350 once.
Like stupid shit. We'll just buy it just because.
The belt buckle didn't have no leather. It was just a buckle, bro.
Right.
And then I went and got the belt later on.
Right. And the same shoes that we were paying bills for,
that's how they used to
they're triple the price now. Them same Moschino off keys that we used to wear, they're quadruple the price now. People have got mad.
I think the most I've ever spent on a pair of shoes, like smart, like sporty type smart shoes for club, is like $7 bills.
Yeah, no more than that. Hell no.
That's crazy. I ain't doing that again, no. Like, it's over with.
I never have paid. No, I've never have paid $7 bills for shoes. I never will.
Bro, man used to make money. Man used to make money back in the day, yeah? And I don't understand that. This is absolutely craziness. You remember Pabito in them shops? We used to make money and go Pabito every Friday to buy an outfit for the weekend.
For the new rave, yeah, man. It had to be a new outfit for each rave.
You remember, innit?
Man didn't wear twice.
Yeah, man never wore twice.
No way.
Off the end, it gets mad.
And you know the wickedest thing about it, all while we was doing that, I knew people, and I now know people that were putting down money and buying their houses.
Yeah. And if it's a food shortage as well, bro, I can't even pick up them old Gucci's and eat them.
Exactly. And and you know what hurts me the most is having done that and then seeing people do it now.
I know.
Knowing that I ain't got money now to do it now, and I'm seeing people do it now, knowing that you may as well take the money up and burn it. Put a lighter to your £50 note and burn it. You may as well.
Right. Yeah, any girl expecting a £500 handbag from me, you are smoking rocks.
The only way you can do that. Yeah. The only way you can do that is if you got real money, you're really rich.
I'll buy it for my daughter though. Probably. I'm a sucker for
I'm not even doing that.
I'm a sucker for my daughter still, but yeah, that's all crazy. See all them guys out there? I just want to put this out. See all them guys out there under pressure. for the handbags.
Yeah, you
Good
know
luck
what?
to you,
I
man.
think now,
If that's what
once
you've got to
again,
do to keep your girl, good luck to you.
you know, the way I see it now, you see, like you said, I will buy it for my daughter, and I'm thinking, hell no.
No, you know why I said that? You know why I said that? Because the reason why I said that, bro, is because I have spent crazy money on my daughter.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, I get that. But what I'm saying is, at first, I'm saying no, but you know, I would. However,
I know you would. You would as well.
But when I think about it, God's honest truth, especially going through what I'm going through and everything else, the only way I would do that is if I've put down the same amount or triple or however much more on her healthcare.
Yeah. No, that's not one of the ones where I get a phone call, Daddy, I want a handbag, and she gets it right there. Nah, it don't work like that. It's not going to work like that. It's not going to be like a straight away thing.
I would love to be able to buy my daughter a 50 grand handbag. But believe you me, and I would if I had the money, but believe you me, before I do that, 100% health, and not just hers, everybody's health in check.
Right.
Because to me, that is ultimately, you could have a million handbags. If you're sick, you know.
You know what? I'm kind of lucky though, just to put it out there too. I've already trained my daughter in all them foolishness. You understand? When I say that, I have spent a lot of money on my daughter, but she ain't no name brand freak anyway. You understand what I'm saying? She loves her crepe though. She loves her trainers though. She loves her trainers and stuff like that. Sneakers, Foxy, sneakers. Sorry. And you know, stuff like, and she loves her little glittery stuff. And, you know what I mean? But I've kind of trained her. She kind of like, you have to train these kids and you have to train these people. Yeah. That's why it's kind of crazy that I've trained my daughter in a certain way, but then there's big woman acting the other way. And that's with a lot of different things, but we're not going to go there.
Well, that's what I'm getting. You're saying like I'll spend on my daughter first before I spend on some grown woman and give her.
Hell yes.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, 100%.
I'll take my daughter to dinner.
You're right.
100%. But you know the wickedest thing, like I've seen you and your daughter, Pete, and it's the relationship that you have.
Yeah.
Money can't buy, you know.
Nah.
And these are the ultimate blessings that we really need to hold on to, appreciate, overstand, and really really because when it's all said and done, that's all we have left. You know, I could think about the money I've spent, shoes and raving and stuff. We've been raving, we've done. Yeah. You know what? We've got the moments we're still here, right? Exactly, the cars, the people. But ultimately, we go to bed with ourselves, and it's our mentals. It's our mentals that we got to maintain, because that don't leave. You know, and like I'm saying to you, the relationship that you have with your daughter. The relationship people are supposed to have with their children,
right?
It's priceless. You know what I mean? You can't put no price on that. You're not supposed to be able to put any price on that. Even so I've got a good friend, and as streets as he is, and as much time as he's been in jail, the relationship that he has with his kids on the next level. Next level. So again, that's why I can look at things and I say, but what really counts? The things that we think count in life, yeah, they count, don't get me wrong, but like I'm saying, it's a lot deeper than just what's on the surface, what we can see. Car, house, clothes, holiday, you know? And until we get our minds right, boy, it's that same vicious circle.
Craig said I used to go out with Saturday night, 40 quid, and that covered taxis and hey, Craig's one. Are you a female? Because only females can get away with that.
Now I want to name Craig.
It depends on where was he going?
Yeah, where was you going? Was you paying like 50p for a drink or something? How did that cover bears and a taxi home? You must have lived around the corner from the bar or something.
But I'll tell you another thing.
But yeah, no, but good for you though. Don't get twisted. Yeah. If that's what it costs for you to go out, good for you, my brother. Good for you, my sister.
Exactly. Because I wish it would have cost 40 jib to
I'm
go
telling
out.
you. I'm telling you. I don't really drink no more when I go out, you know. So that's good. That's definitely changed my pockets when I've gone out. I don't really drink that much when I go out. I'm not really into too much spirits these days, you know.
Boy, the prices of them spirits in these clubs nowadays.
Yeah.
No, it's not even
that's
about
so
the price.
expensive.
You know what it is? It's not even about the price because most places I can get a bottle in there anyway with my people. But what I'm saying is, like, try going out. Me and my cousin done it. Try going out without drinking. And when's the last time you've been out, Mystery, and you haven't drunk any alcohol?
Ages.
Try it, bro. It's actually very interesting.
But then, you know what? You're right, because even when I do drink, I still find it interesting on a different wave.
Yeah. Or just have one cocktail. Just get a drink, have one cocktail. Just try it. See what it's like. It's a completely different.
Let me tell you this. I know exactly what you mean, and that's probably why I drink when I go out, to get away from that same madness that you see when you're sober. So when you're clear-minded and you go out,
it's
Craig
not.
says that he's fit. Wait, you still didn't tell us if you're male or female, but says he's 50 years old and it was in the 90s for a pint.
Okay.
Oh, he's a 50-year-old scout, so he's from Liverpool.
Yeah, do you see that? You see that?
Okay, pick up yourself, Liverpool, man. Hold on a minute. Lind, is that you? Stop playing, man. Lind, is that you? Or are you one of Lind's people? Oh God. But yeah, man, what did Keisha say? Don't be fooled, most people wear replicas.
She's
Big
right.
facts. Big facts.
Yeah, of course.
I'll tell you this story. So I used to work in a pediatric office with and this was for like a primary pediatric, a old school Jewish woman. She had this Louis Vuitton bag that was all white with the rainbow colors on it at the time. It was a big thing back in the early 2000s. And she would come in, you know, with some Fendi pantyhose. And, you know,
Fendi pantyhose.
Pantyhose, Fendi pantyhose. It had the F on it.
Okay.
One F down.
She was making, you know, she's a Jewish doctor making good money in Manhattan. So one day I said, "Oh, your bag is open. You need to, you know, keep, you know, why don't you close it?" She says to me, "Darling, I don't care about this bag. It's not even real." Okay.
Hey, you know what? Big up still for keeping it trill still. Big up.
Right. So yeah, Keisha's right. They walking around with replicas, and we're over here trying. We're basically dying to look fresh or to look good. We can't even afford it, but we want to look like we're rich. No, that's not the way it goes. You're looking at other people's standards, and that's not your standard.
It's all right, man. When their soul falls off their shoes, they'll know about it.
That what?
When the soles of their shoe fall off, they'll know about it, innit?
Right.
You know, where's that lady from? Where was that lady from? Which ethnicity is she?
Who, Keisha?
No, the lady with the fake bag.
Oh, she worked in Manhattan, in New York City.
Okay.
We worked in the same. She was a doctor. She was a pediatrician.
Do you not remember the video that I put out about 6 months ago? And I done a video on this lady that says that she sells, that not even the clothes, the bags that you get the clothes in, the big bags, the Selfridges type bag, the Harrods type bags. Yeah. She actually sells them to certain Instagram people so they can pull it in their pictures.
Wow.
I've done a video on that, yeah. She was making a lot of money off of it. Like she said, most of them people that think that they're top celebrities, they're buying empty bags from me. I'm not talking about handbags, I'm talking about the bag they put.
The paper bag
comes with the shop. Yeah. So they can look like they look like they've been shopping, like walking down the road with all the bags. Like That is really sad shit, you know. When I done that story, I done it because that is some really sick, twisted shit, man.
Right.
To live like that.
Because now we're thinking they're spending all this money and they're walking around with empty box bags.
But who's more affected? The people watching that get into it, or the person that's actually performing the illusion?
The people who are watching, of course.
Because you're looking at the magicians walking around, isn't it?
Because ultimately,
the magicians, they don't give a shit. The magicians are getting paid, or they're doing whatever to make it look like this illusion. So it is the consumer, it is the person in the audience that is like, damn, I just got hoodwinked now. I want my money back. Or damn, I spent all this money, you know, and this person's putting on this illusion and shit, and it's really not real.
That's what I'm saying. Man's getting out the car with the blue Rolex, looks next to him. Man gets out the same car with the fake Rolex. So then what's the point?
Crazy.
How can something, if there's so much fakes out here, yeah? If there's so much fakes out here and duplicates, yeah, then how is it even that worthy now? Like, how is that not taking out the, do you know what I mean? Like, how is it not? That's gonna downgrade the shit, man.
Yeah. But some people don't care.
Why are people so stuck to those names? That's what we need to find out. We need to find out if some of these clothing labels name their thing spiritually, because people are really stuck to these names, man. Over the years, they don't even know nothing about the person that made the clothes. They don't know nothing about them, but they're stuck to these names because people keep wearing these names.
Yeah.
That's some type of magicianry work. That's some type of like MK Ultra, man.
Yeah. Because you know what's crazy? I know that I couldn't afford a Louis Vuitton bag, and I didn't get a knockoff. It was given to me by my aunt, and I think I walked outside one time, but it looked so fake. It looks really fake, and I was like, no, I'm not even gonna do that to myself.
I'm not gonna attempt it.
Exactly. And you know, people, because there are, I don't know, that would make a good point to find out, like, is there kind of like this
some type of spell or
like
something?
what, like, because we're, you know, people are like going crazy buying these, I don't even know what else. I'm using Louis Vuitton because that was like the biggest thing for a while, but you know, I don't even know.
I've seen people go up to people that, wow, like, I remember what was I wearing? I was wearing a Kenzo top. I remember one time I was at a bar and I was wearing like a Kenzo top, and this girl, I swear to God, this happened, yeah. The girl come up to me and, oh my God, you got Kenzo top. This is when it first was popping, yeah, in front of her boyfriend. Do you know how uncomfortable that made me?
Right.
Because I couldn't believe that she was acting like that in front of her boyfriend. And it was like, right, it's just a top to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a nice one, but it was just a top to me. And yeah, that was some type of programming.
Yep.
That was programming. What is that?
It is some type of programming. I mean, there's got to be something there, you know, and you're making a good point, an interesting point, because what would make us gravitate?
You had to let Jesus Christ walked in the building or something, man. Calm down, man. It's not that deep. It's just clothing. But that's what I'm saying. It's something in them names. Something in them names, man.
And, you know, we have a problem. Some of us have a problem where it's this name brand, but you know what? Those people are not worried about name brands. They don't even wear that stuff half the time. It's all for show. They're working around with t-shirts on, sweatpants on. Yeah, sure, maybe the sweatpants are $500, but they're walking around to look average while we're walking around to look like we got money. Getting those expensive names that they don't even care. But we care about that. The ego makes us care about this.
And then when man's buying that, their friend might have some merchandise that's saying they don't want to support it, but they're quick to go and support the man them that they don't know.
Exactly.
It's actually sick, and that's another reason why as well. When you said earlier on about people coming together and building, that's another reason why people that only want to build with big names. It's crazy.
Exactly.
You know, like it's all about taking a risk, you know.
Right. That's why I said we got to clean up our own backyard. You don't even want to do business with your fellow person.
Yeah.
But you'll go and run and go buy this expensive name brand, Balacios and those stupid Yeezys, stupid shoes.
Them Yeezys are a lot of money.
Yeah, they look comfortable too. They look like Crocs.
Yeah,
but I'm like, I'm not gonna spend that money.
Even Kanye West is taking liberties as well. The prices of his clothes are crazy, man.
Exactly.
He's robbing people. Like, I know what he was trying to do. Don't get me wrong. I know what he was trying to do. He's trying to build his own situation, and if you got to give his hat off, he actually pulled it off, and other people do buy the clothes, so he did pull it off to a degree. But Jesus, man, you know what I mean? Wow.
Jesus. And then he has the church thing, and you know what? That's not because he's all about God and getting all that Christian or whatever the case.
That's for writing off taxes, man. That's right.
Exactly. There you go. That's a tax
every now and again, he's gonna go back there and do the same thing. Put one of them big remember that big thing that he put on the Weekender?
Right. Do a little
in the
performance.
In the name of God, in the name of Jesus Christ. Yeah, he would do that once every 6 months. He's already got the clientele for it, so he can do it anytime he wants.
Right. Yeah. So if people are really like, oh, I mean, that's a smart move. You know, we're not going to knock that hustle, but people are really like, if you think this guy is also woke, as you want to say, no, he's just a capitalist too.
Yeah.
He's scamming and skimming and knows how to, finesse it.
Yeah. For sure. And people, with that, we're going to come to the conclusion. We've been on for 4.5 hours.
Wow. Yeah. What time is it?
Over here, it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, wow.
And I think it's going to be a hot day
it's
today.
Time for bed.
I think it's going to be a hot day today because it's it's getting very stuffy.
You already feel it?
Yeah, I'm starting to feel it already. Yeah. So big up to BR Reality, my co-host. Big up to Shifa. Big up to Mystery. Yeah. Big up Foxy. And don't forget, people, what I said at the beginning. Most of the people that jump on this panel have got their own channels. I will be putting the channels of everybody that's on this show in the description, but bear with me. I'll do it afterwards. And yeah, have you got any shows coming up, Foxy?
Yep. I'm going to be doing a midweek check-in on Wednesday, where it's a general reading for the collective. And I will be Eastern Standard Time, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, New York City time. So if you guys can catch it, I know that's early. But I thank you, Brother Peniros, for inviting me always to come up and chat with you. And it's good to see Shifa, because I haven't seen Brother Shifa in a minute. Salute to BR. Salute to was it Mystery? I was about to go in mystical.
No, don't.
Brother Mystery, I enjoyed you guys' company. Always to be in the presence of like-minded brothers.
Mystery just said, bless up, man. His phone died. So big up Keisha.
Yeah.
Thanks for chiming in to this late time. I'm sure you're in London too, I'm not really sure. Craig, big up Craig. Yeah, big up Sean. And big up everybody else. I don't know why, but the comments doesn't go all the way up when you're halfway through the for me it's not going all the way up. But big up everybody. People them as well. don't forget to subscribe to BR Reality TV, because he's also going to be doing shows over there too, right? And the shows that he's going to be doing are going to be random content. Do you understand what I'm saying, Foxy? So it's not just going to be knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just going to be knowledge. It's going to be random content. So be sure to go over there if you're into different types of discussions. Yeah?
Okay. Yep.
So people, I just want to say bless. Thanks for chiming in. It's hot as hell. That's why I got my top off. And Foxy, much love, yeah?